Chapter 847. High in the sky above Helan City, the two groups of people stood opposite each other. The atmosphere between the sky and the ground appeared especially heavy, especially for the members of the Fang clan. They saw that the other side was approaching in a ferocious manner. The number of experts they had was over 10 times more than their Fang clan. Their number of elite Daoist could be said to be overwhelming. From the looks of it, the Fang clan would undoubtedly be defeated in today's battle. Ugh, how unfortunate. The Fang clan has stood in Helan City for so many years. It is unexpected that they are unable to escape the fate of being swallowed up by the Wang clan. Isn't that so? Ever since the ancestor of the Wang clan broke through to the 5-star Daoist class, the Wang clan has been recruiting experts from all over the place. Their goal is for today. This time around, the Fang clan can only lower their heads. Seeing this scene in the sky, the people in the city below could not help but sigh. Their words were filled with desolation. After all, the Wang clan had come in a ferocious manner and was not something that the Fang clan could compare with. No matter how one looked at it, the Fang clan today would have difficulty escaping this calamity. High in the sky, Fang Cheng's face was solemn as he faced Wang Xiang's group. Perspiration repeatedly dripped from his forehead. Even his hand under his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. This indicated the seriousness in his heart at this moment. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Fang Cheng to feel even more worried in his heart was that the Fang clan's final support, Xiaoyan, had yet to show himself even until now. Could it be that he had fled before the battle? The few elders who were on holiday could not help but think of this in their hearts. At the same time, the fear in their hearts grew. If this was the case, would it not mean that Xiaoyan had openly sold them out? In this way, not only would the Fang clan not be rescued, it was likely that not a single person would be able to survive. This Xiaoyan. Immediately, everyone from the Fang clan involuntarily cursed in their hearts. Only Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing, who were at the front of the group, were anxiously waiting for Xiaoyan to appear. They believed that Xiaoyan was definitely not the kind of person who would flee in the face of a battle. Since he dared to say those words, he would definitely be responsible for their Fang clan until the end. As expected, just as the members of the Fang clan were furiously cursing Xiaoyan in their hearts, the space in front of Fang Cheng suddenly distorted. Immediately after, the black-robed Xiaoyan slowly appeared. Facing the members of the Fang clan, the corners of his mouth curled into a soft smile. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in front of him. Those who made contact with his gaze could not help but shrink their necks as an embarrassed expression appeared on their faces. At this moment, the faces of everyone from the Wang clan behind Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression when they saw this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared. This was especially the case for the few elite Daoist in front and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. When they looked at this black-robed person in front of them, their eyes involuntarily revealed a grave expression. By being able to use such a strange agility to appear in front of them, this already proved that this black-robed person in front of them was clearly also an elite Daoist. Moreover, from the looks of it, this person was clearly not here to help them. Since this was the case, this black-robed person should be a member of the Fang clan. May I know who you are? The matter today is a matter between the Wang clan and the Fang clan of our Helan city. I hope that you will not intervene. Wang Xiang revealed a solemn expression as he looked at the black-robed person in front of him. He politely cupped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice. Although he was a 5-star Daoist, the body of the person in front of him seemed to be covered by a layer of something. His perception was unable to approach this black-robed person even a little, much less probe his strength. Faced with such a person, even Wang Xiang was unwilling to easily offend him. It would undoubtedly be best if he could persuade him to withdraw. However, this black-robed person acted as though he did not hear Wang Xiang's words. He did not even turn his body, which had his back facing them, even a little. This involuntarily caused Wang Xiang's heart to be quietly furious. He was a 5-star Daoist. When had he ever been ignored in this manner? Beside him, Su Songming knit his brows tightly. A pair of dark old eyes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person in front of him. This person's back gave him a feeling of déjà vu. At the same time, there was a faint uneasiness rising from the bottom of his heart. Just who was this person? Su Songming's heart was filled with doubt. As the doubts in his heart churned, his emotions also became anxious. Even the breathing from his nose had become a little hurried. Finally, just as Su Songming's eyes were staring intently at Xiao Yan, the latter appeared to have sensed something. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. Immediately, he slowly turned around in front of the solemn gazes of the members of the Wang clan behind him, revealing a handsome face under the black robe. Under the sunlight, Xiao Yan pulled down the black robe that covered his head and welcomed the baptism of the sunlight. At the same time, a pair of deep black eyes, which were like a serene pool, looked at Su Songming. The smile on his face gradually became mocking. "Grandmaster Su, we have not seen each other for many years since we parted at Xian City. I trust that you have been well since we last met." Buzz. The instant Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Su Songming's body suddenly shook. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The shock and fear in his heart erupted like a volcano from the bottom of his heart. His face was dumbfounded. His pair of eyeballs were about to burst out of his eye sockets. This perfectly displayed the disbelief in his heart. No matter what, he did not expect that the person in front of him was still alive. How could he still be alive when he was surrounded by two great clans? Why are you still alive, is that so? Xiao Yan laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Grandmaster Su, who is he?" Seeing Su Songming's expression, the two people at the side could not help but frown. With the latter's status, it was too comical for him to show such an expression to a young man. "Go. Quickly leave this place." Su Songming, on the other hand, could not be bothered about anything else. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's terror twice, he had long since left behind an impression of fear that could not be erased in his heart. Originally, he had thought that Xiao Yan had already been bound by the encirclement of the two large clans. However, from the looks of it, not only was Xiao Yan safe and sound, it appeared that even his cultivation had risen to another level. "Kukubu, Grandmaster Su, why are you so nervous? We have 6 elite Dodi here. Even if this brat's strength is extraordinary, how can he be a match for a Dodi? At the very most, I can ask the Su brothers to finish him off. This can be considered to have removed a great worry for Grandmaster." Wang Xiang was unconcerned about the fear in Su Songming's heart. He smiled righteously and ordered the Su brothers behind him to step forward. However, Su Songming's face was distorted as he coldly snorted. He turned his head to face Wang Xiang and cried out in a deep voice, "Shut up, Wang Xiang! You idiot! With him around, why didn't you say so earlier? In the future, the matters between your Wang clan and the Fang clan should be settled by yourselves. Just treat it as though I have never been here today." Su Songming cried out in a deep voice. His gaze dodged and swiftly swept over Xiao Yan's body. After which, he turned around and left with the 5-star Dodi beside him. At the same time, the faces of the people from the Wang clan involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They had never expected that this so-called Grandmaster would actually be such a cowardly person. He was merely a young man. What was there to be afraid of? Sush. Just as Su Songming had just turned around, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Cuckoo, since you have already come, don't leave." Xiao Yan's heart moved as he smiled. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a 5-star Dodi swept out with a bang. It was like an invisible storm that violently pressured the two people in front of him. Chapter 848. Xiao Yan's figure stood proudly in the sky above Healan City. A frightening aura and pressure surged out without any restraint. It was just like a flash flood as it violently pressed toward the two people in front of him. The 5-star Dodi's aura and pressure that was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's body caused all the elite Dodi present to be greatly shocked. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking black-robed, young man in front of them was actually an elite Dodi? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he was actually a 5-star Dodi. He is actually a 5-star Dodi. At this moment, Even Wang Xiang's old eyes could not help but be filled with shock and despair. He had spent his entire life and was already half a foot into the ground. Only then was he lucky enough to break through to a 5-star Daoist. However, looking at this black-robed young man's young appearance, who would think that he was an elite Daoist under the precondition that he did not reveal any aura? Who would have thought that he was actually a 5-star Daoist? This was really unbelievable. However, with the great change in the current situation, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. The most important thing now was to finish off Xiao Yan. As for the members of the Fang clan, even if he did not intervene, there was Wang Zhenyu, Jin Ge, and the Su brothers. With these people, he believed that it was sufficient to finish off the members of the Fang clan. Bang! A powerful aura carried an incomparable force as it violently pressed toward the two of them. The 5-star Daoist beside Su Songming also suddenly stepped forward while his expression changed. Immediately, a powerful aura that belonged to an initial 5-star Daoist suddenly swept out. In an instant, it actually blocked Xiao Yan's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, within a short instant, Xiao Yan's aura and pressure easily forced back the 5-star Daoist in a destructive manner. Soon after, it forced back Wang Xiang and the group of people from the Wang clan, who had charged forward, as well as the people from the Wang clan behind him. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately stirred a great commotion in the city below. Countless number of experts revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Discussions quickly spread across the sky. The expressions of the members of the Wang clan in the sky suddenly changed drastically. They had never imagined that this mysterious black-robed man would actually be able to rely on his own strength to force back the entire clan. Even Wang Xiang, a 5-star Daoist, had been forced back by him. Just who was this person? Only at this moment did the members of the Fang clan believe what Xiao Yan had said earlier. They were reassured to hand the few elite Daoist to him. All they needed to do was to deal with the group of bandits from the Wang clan. When they heard Xiao Yan say these words back then, the hearts of the elders of the Fang clan were still filled with doubt. No one dared to believe it. Only at this moment did the elders of the Fang clan understand that Xiao Yan's strength had far exceeded their imagination. From the aura and pressure that Xiao Yan had displayed, it was really difficult for them to imagine that he was only a 5-star Daoist. Xiao Yan, I will take the initiative to withdraw from today's matter. I will leave. I will leave immediately. Can you just treat it as though you have never seen me? Actually, nothing has happened between us. What happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. Those fellows have already been punished. You are a magnanimous person. Just write it all off, I beg you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, all right. Facing Xiao Yan, Su Songming was unable to summon any courage. The person in front of him was like the bright moon in the night sky, emitting an incomparable brilliance. On the other hand, he was merely the farthest star. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? This was Su Songming's current evaluation of himself. Compared to the person in front of him, he was nothing. Many years ago, Xiao Yan was merely a 6-star bandit. At that time, he was already able to kill a 3-star Daoist. Now, his cultivation was even greater than before. Who in the same class could be a match for him? Although there was a 5-star Daoist beside him, Su Songming did not believe that this fellow would be able to block Xiao Yan with his strength. It was likely that only by adding him and Wang Xiang together would they be able to block Xiao Yan for a moment. Swoosh! In an instant, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of Su Songming. Even though he was a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming did not detect the latter's agility at all. At that moment, Su Songming felt a great fear in his heart. His entire body uncontrollably froze on the spot as it trembled intensely. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan in front of him. His eyes were scarlet red and a terrified expression surfaced on his face. The person in front of him had long become a nightmare in his heart. The misunderstanding that you spoke of is only because you don't have the ability to kill me. If the situation was reversed, do you think that you would let me off? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. With a flip of his palm ruthlessly landed on Su Songming's head. At the critical moment of life and death, The desire to live in the depths of Su Songming's heart far surpassed the fear in his heart. While he hurriedly responded, his mouth also let out a terrified cry. "Teacher Yuan, save me." With a loud cry, the 5-star Dodi who had been forced back by Xiao Yan's imposing aura also fiercely clenched his teeth. His body moved and his expression was serious as he charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. In a few flashes, this 5-star Dodi had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. One of his hands faced Xiao Yan's palm head-on while the other hand grabbed Su Songming, intending to pull him away. However, in the face of this 5-star Dodi's attack, Xiao Yan let out an indifferent cold snort. With a thought, the strength in his palm immediately became a little more tyrannical. Soon after, it heavily collided with the palm of the 5-star Dodi. With a jerk of his arm, a powerful force immediately gushed out from Xiao Yan's palm. A huge force poured out. The powerful force had an unstoppable momentum and instantly broke the Do skill that the 5-star Dodi had used. After that, the remaining force was still incomparably powerful. His palm was pushed forward heavily. Together with the back of the 5-star Dodi's palm, it heavily landed on half of Su Songming's face. Bang! With just one palm, Xiao Yan once again forced the 5-star Dodi in front of him back. Even Su Songming's body flew back uncontrollably. Although the injury was not fatal, half of his face rapidly swelled up. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. At this moment, Wang Xiang's heart was also filled with shock and anger. How could he have expected that Su Songming, who usually acted high and mighty, would actually be so afraid when he saw this black-robed man? It was really shameless. Moreover, this black-robed man's strength was actually far above his. If it was a one-on-one fight, Wang Xiang admitted that he would definitely not be a match for this black-robed man. This point could be seen just by looking at Yuan Shi. He had originally thought that it would be a show of torture. Who would have thought that it would actually turn out like this? All of this was caused by the sudden appearance of Xiao Yan in front of him. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 849. After forcing back the 5-star Dodi with one palm, Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The Do Qi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the old face of the 5-star Dodi, who was called Yuan Shi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming, "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" "He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart became even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled, and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to such an extent. With his own strength, he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiao Yan might not be a match for the two 5-star Dodi. Using his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuan Shi comforted. After which, he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiao Yan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Fang clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiao Yan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit." "I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded his head heavily. His body flashed and he arrived beside Yuan Shi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiao Yan. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, Don't blame the two of us for being merciless today. Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Daoist beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Daoist. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Daoist of the same level. You two idiots! You know nothing about his strength. Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuan Shi's actions were merely for the sake of showing off before him. His purpose was merely for the sake of obtaining the medicinal pellets in his possession. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuan Shi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiao Yan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Fang clan had come to an end. Xiao Yan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the seemingly easy-to-realize beautiful dreams of those who stood opposite him. After meeting Xiao Yan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be avoiding the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who would have expected that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also be shocking. At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was, flee. Flee this place. Flee from everything that had anything to do with Xiao Yan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiao Yan to take the opportunity to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiao Yan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiao Yan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, the appearance of Yuan Qing meant that Xiao Yan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiao Yan and Yuan Qing were not close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiao Yan more than once. Many times, Xiao Yan could not help but think of its original owner and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Today, Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiao Yan. Of course, other than this, Yuan Qing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yan acted. Regardless of what the case was, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Daoist in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jin Gu, Wang Zhenyu, the Su brothers. Adding the two people in front of him, the Wang clan's side had a total of 6 elite Daoist. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Fang Qing had expected. If Xiao Yan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Fang clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the two people in front of him. Xiao Yan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuan Shi beside him. The two of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait! It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiao Yan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Daoist behind you, will attack together and end the battle quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? Everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled when these words of Xiao Yan were spoken. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Daoist in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiao Yan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Do Di from the Wang clan alone? How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiao Yan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it! What a frightening speed! Wang Xiang's heart was greatly shocked. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiao Yan's fist that was heading toward him. Just as Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Chapter 850. Bang! After the short collision, Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang each took a few steps back. Soon after, Xiao Yan's footsteps had just paused when Yuan Shi's figure quickly moved forward. His palm landed heavily on Xiao Yan's chest. Faced with this person's attack, Xiao Yan's expression was calm. His body seemed to turn slightly to one side without leaving a trace. Immediately, Yuan Shi's palm, which was filled with an imposing aura, came close to Xiao Yan's black robe and narrowly missed him. Yuan Shi's heart was slightly startled. Just as he was about to withdraw and fly back, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his fist. With a loud cry in his heart, he instantly used the Force Elephant skill. A punch that was filled with strength landed heavily on Yuan Shi's chest. Puff! Yuan Shi's face instantly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. At the same time, his body uncontrollably fell downwards. Just this attack alone was enough to cause the latter to lose all of his fighting strength for a short period of time. One could imagine just how terrifying Xiao Yan's attack was. After the short training in the desert, Xiao Yan's physical strength had once again increased. Currently, with just the strength of his physical body, an ordinary elite Do Di was nothing in Xiao Yan's eyes. Adding his Do Qi, Xiao Yan was an invincible existence among those of the same level. Swoosh! On the other side, Wang Xiang's shriveled hands were bent into claws. The moment Yuan Shi was struck down, the attack in his hands had already arrived behind Xiao Yan's back. Pure Do Qi rapidly agglomerated at the tip of his finger. They were like sharp needles that were extended and contracted. Wherever they passed, even space itself was cut into 5 dark black cracks. This was enough to show how frightening Wang Xiang's attack was. Eroding bone claw. As a low cry was emitted from Wang Xiang's mouth, the claw had already pressed on Xiao Yan's neck. Die! Seeing that Xiao Yan was unable to react in time, Wang Xiang rejoiced in his heart. As long as he finished off Xiao Yan in front of him, the Fang clan would be easily conquered. Qi! Nonetheless, when Wang Xiang's claw landed, what appeared under his claw was not fresh blood, but pieces of afterimages. Afterimage! Suddenly, Wang Xiang was shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, an extremely cold and sinister feeling suddenly rose from behind him. In an instant, Wang Xiang's heart was in his throat. Such a strange speed. Was he really just a 5-star Do Di? Wang Xiang couldn't help but think in horror. However, the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate any longer. Die! Just as the chilling feeling rose from behind him, Wang Xiang suddenly turned around and slashed out with his claw. The formless void instantly exploded. It was like a thin piece of paper being torn apart by Wang Xiang's claw. What? Nothing. However, in the next instant, the body of one of the Su brothers in the Wang clan group suddenly tensed up. His face was flushed red and his eyes were filled with blood. His pupils rapidly dilated as his life force rapidly dissipated. Big brother! The mouth of the other 1-star Do Di by the side involuntarily emitted a sharp roar. They watched the person beside them fall, but they were unable to discover when Xiao Yan had attacked from the beginning until the end. Such agility could be called ghostly. All the members of the Wang clan present involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Immediately, a deep fear uncontrollably surged out from their hearts. A portion of the Wang clan members were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Only then did Jingu and the others understand that the words that Xiao Yan had said earlier were not empty words. With his strength alone, he did indeed have the ability to deal with 6 elite Dodi. From the looks of the strength that the latter had displayed, it was likely that even if the 6 of them were to join forces, they might not be a match for him. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? One of the surviving Su brothers involuntarily let out a terrified roar. He even regretted participating in the matter of the Wang clan. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Swoosh. Soon after, a black-robed Xiao Yan suddenly appeared in front of Su Songming, who was fleeing out of Healan City, at a certain spot in the empty space above him. The expression on Su Songming's old face immediately changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and hurriedly fled with a heart filled with fear. However, regardless of how long he turned around on the spot, Xiao Yan's figure continued to stand in front of him, causing him to be unable to escape. Take it as me begging you. Please let me off. What happened between us is merely a misunderstanding. At the very most, I will apologize to you. You won't go so far as to kill me, right? Su Songming's old face was as pale as paper. The fear in his heart caused his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he still let out an unwilling roar. However, in the face of Su Songming's unwilling roar, Xiao Yan remained expressionless. He raised his hand and his palm faced the latter. At the same time, behind Xiao Yan, an enormous illusionary figure also extended its hand and covered Su Songming's entire body. The invisible pressure caused a flush to appear on Su Songming's pale face. That powerful force seemed to have grasped his entire life in its palm. At this moment, Su Songming did not doubt that Xiao Yan could instantly kill him if he wanted to. Xiao Yan, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Alchemist Alliance. If you kill me, the Alchemist Alliance will definitely not let you off. You can't kill me. Noisy. Under this powerful pressure, Su Songming's heart became even more fearful. Just as he let out a crazy roar, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, the latter's body exploded in front of Xiao Yan and turned into a scarlet blood mist. At the same time, a solid spiritual body appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This was Su Songming's spiritual body. However, under Xiao Yan's powerful pressure, the latter's spiritual body had already fainted. With a thought, a dense white flame immediately rose from his palm. In an instant, it completely wiped out Su Songming's spiritual consciousness. As a result, the only thing that appeared in Xiao Yan's hand was a ball of spiritual source. After doing this, Xiao Yan's gaze turned back and looked at the remaining 5 people. In his eyes, a dense white flame gradually climbed up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 pitch-black tents appeared one after another. Xiao Yan's figure quickly moved between the tents. When he appeared, he was already in front of Wang Xiang. Under the latter's terrified gaze, Xiao Yan's gaze met his. At the same time, the palm covered in dense white flames landed on Wang Xiang's neck. Then, Wang Xiang's old eyes gradually widened. Chapter 851. When the life force in Wang Xiang's eyes completely disappeared, the bone-chilling flame that covered Xiao Yan's hand also spread out and swiftly covered the latter's entire body. After which, a bang sounded and Wang Xiang's physical body was incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The thing that was currently being held in Xiao Yan's hand was the latter's essence. After storing it into his storage ring, Xiao Yan's gaze turned and looked at the other few people. Seeing Xiao Yan's gaze shoot over, the hearts of Jingu and the others immediately tightened. A deep fear swiftly rose uncontrollably from the bottom of their hearts. The terror of the person in front of them was something that they had never seen before. With the cultivation of a 5-star Dodi, he was actually able to easily kill an expert of the same level. Who in the entire continent could do such a thing? Only at this moment did they understand why Su Songming had revealed such a terrified expression when he saw Xiao Yan earlier. This was because he clearly knew that none of the elite Daoist present was a match for him. Even if they were to gather together, they would not be able to cause any harm to Xiao Yan. He was really too frightening. What should we do now? Jin Ji's heart was filled with fear as he thought about it. However, after thinking about it, there was nothing else that they could do other than flee. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the city below and on Yuan Shi, who had temporarily lost the ability to fight. At this moment, Yuan Shi intended to secretly flee from the city after witnessing how frightening Xiao Yan was. With the help of the surrounding crowd, he might have a chance to leave this place. However, Xiao Yan did not intend to let him leave. Swoosh! After using the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yan had already appeared in front of Yuan Shi, who was frantically fleeing at this moment. Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared, immediately blocked Yuan Shi's path. A pair of dark black eyes contained an icy coldness. His indifferent face did not contain any emotion. Yuan Shi was greatly alarmed. His originally pale face turned even paler at this moment. Sir, we don't seem to have crossed paths before. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we take this opportunity to make friends? While he was panicking, Yuan Shi hurriedly squeezed out an ugly smile on his face and said with a fawning smile. However, no one knew exactly how terrified he was in his heart at this moment. Make friends? Not interested. Xiao Yan's calm words were enough to express his current feelings. At the same time, he raised his hand and aimed his palm at Yuan Shi's throat, as though he wanted to grasp the other party in his palm. At the same time, Yuan Shi also felt an extremely terrifying pressure from the space around him. It was the Force Elephant skill that gave him this pressure. Damn it! Do you really want to kill me? Yuan Shi howled in terror. However, Xiao Yan paid him no heed. He clenched his fist tightly, and a formless hand appeared in the next instant, controlling Yuan Shi's body. Bastard! If you want to kill me, you will also be buried with me. Since he was going to die either way, Yuan Shi decided to give up on the thought in his heart. With a thought, the Dou Qi in the vortex in his body began to move wildly and swiftly poured into every corner of Yuan Shi's body. This caused the latter's body, which was under Xiao Yan's control, to begin to emit a bang sound. From the looks of it, this fellow was intending to self-destruct. Oh, self-destruct, huh? With regards to this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change as he muttered. Immediately, his tightly clenched fist suddenly exerted force. Before the Dou Qi in Yuan Shi's body could completely spread, Xiao Yan had already used the Force Elephant skill to forcefully crush the latter with a bang. Similar to before, Xiao Yan naturally did not let go of the latter's spiritual origin. Although he had killed another person who was completely unrelated to him, Xiao Yan did not feel any burden in his heart. This was the Western Wastelands region. Killings were being played out at all times. In this place, there was no need to pity anyone. As long as one was certain that one wanted to kill the other party, there was no need for a reason. This place was a land of killing. Being merciful would only harm Xiao Yan himself. This point was something that Xiao Yan had already understood. Which one of these people that he had killed did not have a blood debt on their backs? In this Western Wastelands region, which one of them was not known as a ruthless person who did not leave any leeway when they did things? Today, Xiao Yan was merely giving them a taste of their own medicine. When Xiao Yan turned his head around and looked at Jin Gu and Wang Zhenyu once again, these two had already fled in different directions. Why would they care about the clan? They were not living for themselves. Unfortunately. Flee? Is there any use? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and another 4 tents were instantly formed. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's figure actually appeared behind Wang Zhenyu and Jin Gu. Only at this moment did the two of them react. Their gazes hurriedly swept over the two Xiao Yan's bodies. Their hearts were extremely terrified. Just which one of them was the real one? Just as the hearts of the two of them were extremely terrified, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the other one's star Dou Di. In an instant, he used the bone-chilling flame to easily kill the latter. An afterimage. Seeing Xiao Yan appear in front of the one-star Do Di, the hearts of the two of them immediately calmed down. The person in front of them was definitely an afterimage. Immediately, they recklessly charged into the distance. However, just as the two of them were about to flee, a merciless palm ruthlessly penetrated their chests. A terrifying destructive strength instantly incinerated the bodies of the two of them. Even when the life in their eyes disappeared, they still did not know how these two so-called afterimages could possibly possess the strength to attack. After withdrawing the two avatars back into his body, Xiao Yan collected their spiritual sources with one hand. Of course, at the same time, he also collected their storage rings. At this moment, the 6 elite Do Di present had all been killed by Xiao Yan in less than 15 minutes. Even at this moment, some of the people from both clans had yet to recover from their shock. This kind of one-sided battle was really hard to imagine. Everything in front of them was like an illusion. It appeared so unreal. Just as everyone was in a daze, Xiao Yan's figure flashed and arrived beside Yuan Qing. He gently patted Yuan Qing's shoulder and smiled. "Then I will leave the rest to you." Xiao Yan seemed to smile casually. His body moved and landed in the Fang clan's mansion below. Gulp! Everyone in the sky and on the ground could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, the sounds of fighting that were filled with wild joy and fear faintly resounded in the sky above Helan City. At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but want to take a look at the many spoils of war that he had obtained. This was especially so for those spiritual sources. If ancestor Xiao Xian devoured them, he wondered if he would be able to awaken them. Carrying the anticipation in his heart, Xiao Yan charged into the Fang clan's mansion below. Chapter 852. The Fang clan mansion. Xiao Yan's figure was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. 7 clusters of cream-white light of different sizes were suspended in the empty space in front of him. These 7 clusters of light were the 6 elite Do Dis and Su Songming's spiritual essence. Xiao Yan unceremoniously accepted all of their spiritual essences. Only Su Songming's spiritual strength was the largest among the 7 clusters of spiritual essences. As a rank 3 alchemist, even an elite Do Di had difficulty comparing with him in terms of spiritual strength. Of course, the spiritual strength contained within the other 6 clusters of cream-white light was naturally not inferior. If ancestor Xiao Xian swallows these spiritual essences, he should be able to awaken. Xiao Yan was filled with anticipation as he looked at the 7 clusters of light in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Along the way, Xiao Yan had refined quite a number of Bandi's spiritual essences and had allowed Xiao Xian to swallow all of them. However, the final result was very little. Xiao Xian's condition was already extremely bad. Hence, the requirement for the spiritual essences that he absorbed was even higher. In the eyes of an ordinary person, what was considered an extremely pure spiritual essence was something that Xiao Yan needed to refine until the final spiritual essence that he obtained could be easily absorbed by others. The gentleness and purity of the spiritual essence was something that even a newborn baby could easily endure. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan could only obtain a small portion of each cluster of spiritual essences that Xiao Xian had obtained. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. After a long period of refinement, Xiao Xian's soul fragment had turned from the size of a thumb to a palm-sized cream-white cluster of light. Moreover, due to the extreme agglomeration of the spiritual essence, Xiao Xian's spiritual essence was unusually thick. The only unfortunate thing was that even so, there was still a long way to go before Xiao Xian could truly awaken. Now that he had the spiritual essences of these 7 elite Do Dis, Xiao Yan had a greater confidence in his heart. Perhaps Xiao Xian would be able to awaken after swallowing these spiritual essences. The moment he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an excited smile. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Xiao Yan glanced at the 7 light clusters in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. A dense white flame immediately rose in the empty space in front of him. Following the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the flame swiftly wrapped around the 7 light clusters. Borrowing the high temperature of the flame, Xiao Yan began to refine these 7 clusters of spiritual essence. Following the death of the elite Dou Di from the Wang clan in the outside world, everyone from the Fang clan felt as though the sky had collapsed. The experts from the Wang clan were powerless to resist the attacks of the people from the Fang clan. Within a short moment, the dozens of Bandi experts from the Wang clan had all been killed. The Wang clan's mansion had also been emptied in an instant. Other than a small portion, most of the experts from the Wang clan had been captured and killed by the Fang clan. In short, from today onwards, there would no longer be a Wang clan in this Healan city. The Fang clan would become the only clan in this Healan city. All of these changes were because of Xiao Yan, who was currently sitting cross-legged in the Fang clan's mansion. After today's matter, Xiao Yan's name would ring out for the first time in this western wasteland region. In just one morning, the Fang clan had already occupied the original mansion of the Wang clan, including the countless treasures that the Wang clan had accumulated over the years. Within an underground secret room of the Wang clan, Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing were basically stunned as they watched everything in front of them. Everything that entered their eyes was bright and dazzling. Countless spirit coins were piled up like a mountain. There were even several hundred low-grade spirit stones. The various qi methods and dou techniques were innumerable and were all arranged separately. Under the rough investigation of the two of them, there were nearly 100 scrolls of qi methods and dou techniques among the qi methods and dou techniques here. There were even over 30 Ling-class qi methods and dou techniques. Adding the countless number of medicinal ingredients and other materials, the wealth that was currently placed in front of the two of them was something that even the entire foundation of the Fang clan could not compare with. TSD. During these years, the Wang clan has secretly done quite a number of shady things that harm others. The strength of the clan has also soared. Unfortunately, it is ultimately all for naught. The way the Wang clan does things is extreme. They are greedy and cunning. Such an outcome can be considered retribution. This is not retribution. Instead, it is their own doing. They cannot live. Fang Cheng's tone was cold as he scolded. Both of his eyes emitted a glow as they once again swept over this secret room. There was naturally no need to say more about the palpitation in his heart. However, in the end, he did not touch a single thing within this secret room. Let's go. Don't touch the things here first. We should wait for Sir Xiao Yan to take a look before we speak. Fang Cheng's heart was extremely clear that the reason the Fang clan was able to eliminate the Wang clan in one fell swoop in today's battle was not because of the strength of his Fang clan. Instead, it was because they had taken advantage of Xiao Yan. If the latter did not act, the current Wang clan would have ended up with their original ending. It was because of this that Fang Cheng stopped the group of elders from the Fang clan who had continuously entered the secret room. At the same time, even the way he addressed Xiao Yan had unknowingly changed once again. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed today was sufficient to cause him to raise his eyebrows. There was no need to mention those elders of the Fang clan whose strength was not even a Dou Di. None of the elders behind Fang Cheng dared to object to his words. After which, this group of people obediently withdrew from the secret room. On the other side, Xiao Yan was also crazily refining the 7 clusters of spiritual origins in front of him. An enormous spiritual strength continued to surge out from between his eyebrows. Dou Qi surged wildly and the heavenly flame rose. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the impurities within the 7 clusters of spiritual origins were gradually refined. Even a portion of the spiritual strength that was not pure enough was stripped away by Xiao Yan without any hesitation under this kind of refinement. It was also because of this that the refining process of these 7 clusters of spiritual origins became extremely slow. According to a normal situation, the refining of this cluster of spiritual origins would at most take 4 to 6 hours. However, it was likely that even Xiao Yan himself did not expect that just refining these 7 clusters of spiritual origins would actually take half a month's time. During this half a month, the members of the Fang clan could only wait patiently. At the beginning, they had originally thought that something had happened to Xiao Yan. However, after they sensed the nearly frightening spiritual pressure that spread out from Xiao Yan's room, the doubt in everyone's hearts was instantly dispelled. the secret room of the Wang clan had also been sealed for a long time following Xiao Yan's retreat. It seemed that as long as Xiao Yan did not leave, the secret room would definitely not be opened. Buzz buzz buzz. At a certain moment half a month later, the 7 clusters of spiritual origins that were suspended in front of Xiao Yan in his room suddenly trembled. Immediately, under Xiao Yan's control, they did not cause the slightest ripple and perfectly merged together. The appearance of this scene also proved that at this moment, these 7 clusters of spiritual origins had finally been completely refined by Xiao Yan. Chapter 853. In the room, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for half a month, finally slowly opened at this moment. Although he had not rested for half a month, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit tired after being bathed in this enormous spiritual power. Instead, his condition was always at its peak, and even his spiritual power had increased a little. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew the spiritual pressure that had spread out. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the milky white ball of light that was only the size of a soccer ball in front of him. This ball of light was the result of the final refinement and condensation of the 7 balls of soul origins. Although it seemed that most of the spiritual power of the 7 balls of soul origins had been consumed in vain, what was obtained in the end could be considered the essence of the essence. Once Xiao Xian's soul remnant devoured these soul origins, it might be the moment that Xiao Xian awakened. However, this process could not be rushed. With his previous experience, Xiao Yan clearly knew that it would take at least another month for Xiao Xian to completely devour this ball of soul origins. Although Xiao Yan could not control the excitement in his heart, this was something that could not be changed. Unless Xiao Yan did not mind if something unexpected happened to Xiao Xian's soul remnant. With a flip of his hand, a light flashed in Xiao Yan's palm, and a palm-sized milky white ball of energy appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. With the growth of this cluster of spiritual essence, Xiao Yan was finally able to vaguely sense a trace of an unusual aura hidden deep within it. That aura belonged to Xiao Xian. Although that aura was still very weak, Xiao Yan believed that one day, Xiao Xian would completely awaken. Ancestor, I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but turn slightly red. Carefully holding the soul remnant in his hands, Xiao Yan slowly brought it into contact with the extremely pure ball of soul origin in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, a gentle light was emitted from the 2 balls of soul origin. Very quickly, the two merged together like a large ball covering a small ball. After doing all this and confirming that there were no mistakes, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief. His body moved, got off the bed, and walked out of the door. At this moment, the 2 people outside his door seemed to be somewhat impatient. When Xiao Yan opened the door, 2 people were standing in front of it. It was Feng Cheng and Yuan Qing. Lord Xiao Yan has finally come out. If you didn't come out, we would have thought that something had happened to you. Seeing Xiao Yan, Feng Cheng's tightly knitted brows instantly disappeared. He hurriedly changed into a respectful smile. Yuan Qing also helplessly smiled and did not say much. However, when he looked at Xiao Yan, there was some astonishment in his gaze. I'm very well. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Feng. However, is there something that you've been waiting for me here? With a faint smile, Xiao Yan turned to look at Feng Cheng with a questioning tone. A few days ago, the soul strength that he had released had already discovered that these 2 people were frequently standing in front of his door. They seemed to be waiting for him. This made Xiao Yan feel rather puzzled. It's not a big matter. It's just that half a month ago, we've already exterminated the Wang clan and found the treasury of the Wang clan. We don't dare to act rashly and hope that Lord Xiao Yan can head over to take a look. Of course, the things inside will naturally be decided by Lord Xiao Yan. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately understood in his heart. So this fellow had such an idea. They were afraid of angering him, so they did not dare to act rashly with the things in the treasury of the Wang clan. However, from his final words, if Xiao Yan did not leave something for their Feng clan, it would be Xiao Yan's fault. Alright, I'll go take a look. If there's anything that I can use, I'll take a few. Xiao Yan smiled. Soon after, under Feng Cheng's lead, he arrived at the treasury of the Wang clan. Upon arriving, Xiao Yan saw the dazzling array of precious treasures at first glance. He could not help but feel astonished in his heart. The Wang clan was after all a large clan. Their foundation was truly not bad. Compared to trash like the Lin clan of Shen City, they were more than a few times stronger. However, they were naturally inferior to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's gaze swiftly searched around this treasure trove. This was especially the case when he noticed those medicinal ingredients that were perfectly preserved. Even with his mental strength, his eyes involuntarily revealed a fiery hot expression. Just based on the medicinal ingredients within the treasury, it was sufficient for Xiao Yan to refine close to 100 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Furthermore, under Xiao Yan's careful inspection, there were even a few high-grade medicinal ingredients that were used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. Xiao Yan was not the slightest bit courteous towards these medicinal ingredients. In front of the two of them, he kept all of them into his storage ring. When the two of them saw this, they could not help but raise their eyebrows. After exchanging glances, they looked towards Xiao Yan in astonishment. "Sir Xiao Yan, could it be that you're also an alchemist?" Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He looked towards the latter and smiled. He nodded his head in a non-committal manner. After which, he once again turned his head and took away a small portion of all the items that he felt were pleasing to his eyes. The remaining items were naturally left to the Fang clan. Among those items, what Xiao Yan took away were the few medicinal ingredients used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills as well as a few high-level spirit chi methods and Do skills. Although these items were undoubtedly the most precious among all the items present, the wealth that Xiao Yan left for the Fang clan was much more precious when added together. As for spirit stones and medicinal pills, Xiao Yan was purely not interested in them. Xiao Yan still had quite a number of spirit stones on him. His foundation was more than a few times more than what was in front of him. As for medicinal pills, without mentioning that Xiao Yan himself was a Tier 3 alchemist, even the stock in his storage ring was not something that these medicinal pills in front of him could compare with. Within a short couple of minutes, Xiao Yan had already put away the things and left the treasure house under the surprised gazes of the two people behind him. He only took this little? Seeing Xiao Yan's lightning-quick manner, Fang Cheng could not help but feel shocked in his heart. It should be known that everything in this treasure house was personally arranged by that old fellow Wang Xiang. The things that could be kept by him were definitely all priceless treasures. They could even be called priceless treasures. However, in Xiao Yan's eyes, could it be that there were only these few things that were valuable? Or could it be that the latter had the intention of leaving these things to their Fang clan? After thinking for a moment in his heart, Fang Cheng chose the latter. After all, there were so many treasures in this treasure house. Even if he was a 5-star Do D, it was impossible for him not to be moved. The reason why Xiao Yan did not take them was likely because he had deliberately left them for his Fang clan. Once he thought of this point in his heart, Fang Cheng's favorable impression and respect toward Xiao Yan in his heart suddenly rose at this moment. However, how would he know that the treasures within this treasure house, which were all clan-guarding treasures in his eyes, were merely mediocre in Xiao Yan's eyes? After collecting those few things that could be considered acceptable, Xiao Yan quickly returned to the Fang clan. Within the room, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and 8 storage rings appeared in his palm. These 8 storage rings were the spoils of war that he had plundered from Wang Xiang and the others. Among them, other than Su Songming who held 2 rings, the rest each had 1 ring. After seeing the treasures within the treasure house, it was now time to see just how valuable the things that these 7 fellows carried with them were. Chapter 854. Xiao Yan's body was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. There were 8 storage rings of different shapes in his palm. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was inspecting these 8 storage rings one by one. First was the storage rings of the Su brothers. The 2 of them were merely 1-star Do D. Naturally, there were very few items within their storage rings that could catch Xiao Yan's eye. Other than a small amount of spirit stones, there were only a couple of Tier 3 medicinal pills that were worth looking at. Xiao Yan randomly made a comparison and guessed that those few medicinal pills were likely the reward for helping the Wang clan this time around. Unfortunately, The two of them did not have the time to do anything before they had lost their lives in vain. After randomly skipping over them, Xiaoyan once again looked at Jin Ji's storage ring. The latter was a 4-star Do-D. In comparison, the value of the items within his storage ring was naturally much higher. Tier 3 medicinal pills and man-class chi methods and Do techniques were also worth looking at. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to be most interested was that there were actually 3 spirit-class chi methods within this fellow's storage ring. The one with the highest grade had actually reached the spirit-class middle level. Such a chi method was able to appear in the hands of a 4-star Do-D, who was not considered a large faction. After all, not everyone had the support of an ancient and large faction like the 4 great clans under the Sky Sword sect. The channels to obtain chi methods and Do techniques were even rarer. Indeed, this Jingu was not an ordinary person to be able to make a name for himself at the border of the Western Wasteland region. Unfortunately, he had met Xiaoyan, after which, the 4th storage ring belonged to Wang Xiang. Being the previous clan head of the Wang clan and the true person in charge of the Wang clan, the various treasures within his storage ring would cause one to be stunned. Even Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily emitted a golden glow when he saw them. There was no need to mention the number of pills he had. In addition to a large number of Tier 3 pills, there were also 2 Tier 4 pills in his storage ring. These were pills that could bring a person back to life at a critical moment. Even Xiaoyan did not have a single Tier 4 pill in his possession. Who would have thought that Wang Xiang would have Tier 4 pills in his possession? Other than this, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel even more unrestrained joy in his heart was that other than the 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills, there were actually 3 scrolls of Tier 4 medicinal pill formulas stored within the storage ring. This caused Xiaoyan to feel as though he had obtained a treasure. If the 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills were able to cause Xiaoyan to laugh wildly in excitement, then these 3 Tier 4 medicinal pill formulas were sufficient to cause him to go crazy. Compared to medicinal pills, pill formulas were the true lifeblood of alchemists. Although medicinal pills were precious, there would come a day when they would be used up. However, pill formulas were different. As long as one had a pill formula, it meant that there was a chance to refine even more medicinal pills. This meant that there would be an endless supply of medicinal pills. Most people would know how to weigh the pros and cons of this. At least, under the premise that they were not in a desperate situation. If an alchemist had to choose between a Tier 4 pill formula and a Tier 4 pill formula, they would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. In addition to medicinal pills and pill formulas, the storage of spirit stones in the storage ring was also quite astonishing. Even Xiaoyan himself could not help but click his tongue in amazement. TSK, this old man. Don't tell me that he carried the entire family's wealth on himself. Just based on these things, I'm afraid that even if there were 2 or 3 more treasures in his Wang family's treasury, they would still not be able to compare. Compared to the Wang family's treasury, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring was more than a few times more. It was even more than the amount of spirit stones in Xiaoyan's storage ring. As for chi methods and Do skills, other than the 2 spirit middle-level chi methods, there was nothing else that caught Xiaoyan's eye. As for the rest, they were all some rare medicinal ingredients or metal materials. Xiaoyan also put them all into his storage ring. Subsequently, Xiaoyan picked up Wang Zhenyu's storage ring and the smile on his face gradually faded. Although Wang Zhenyu was the current head of the Wang family, the true sovereignty of the Wang family was still in the hands of Wang Xiang. In the end, Wang Zhenyu was just an empty shell. However, it was because of this that when Xiaoyan opened his storage ring, the scene inside caused Xiaoyan to be stunned. In comparison, although the pills and chi methods and Do skills in this storage ring could not compare to the former, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring had reached an extremely shocking amount. A countless number of spirit stones were piled into a mountain and piled in front of Xiaoyan without any control. They were just like numerous small mountains. The gentle white light reflected on each other, causing the entire space to become extremely dazzling. The number of spirit stones in this storage ring was something that even if Xiaoyan and the few people in front of him were added together, they would not be able to compare with. Gulp. As his throat moved, Xiaoyan could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was only a moment later that he gradually regained his senses. The gentle white light shone on Xiao Yan's handsome face. A pair of pitch-black eyes reflected a milky white fiery glow. His tongue fiercely licked his lips. The excitement in his heart had reached its peak at this moment. Such a large amount of spirit stones was a huge fortune to Xiao Yan. With these spirit stones, the problem of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations would be completely solved in the future. Overall, the appearance of these spirit stones would be a great help to Xiao Yan's combat strength. Finally, it was naturally Su Songming's storage ring's turn. Among these 8 storage rings, the one that interested Xiao Yan the most was naturally Su Songming's storage ring. The latter was a rank 3 alchemist and was also a member of the Alchemist Alliance. He would definitely have many pill formulas in his hands. If he could obtain some high-tier pill formulas from the streets, it would undoubtedly be the biggest surprise for Xiao Yan. Sure enough, in Su Songming's storage ring, there were more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills. Although this seemed small, even Xiao Yan himself only had 9 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in his storage ring. Including the pill formulas in the previous few, there were only 26 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in Xiao Yan's storage ring. Looking at the leopard through a tube, one could see the whole picture. Therefore, the existence of more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills was a huge surprise for Xiao Yan. Apart from these, there were also a dozen or so tier 3 medicinal pills. From this point, Su Songming, this tier 3 alchemist, was also quite shabby. A dignified tier 3 alchemist actually only had a dozen or so tier 3 medicinal pills in his possession. This could also be considered a loss of face. However, Xiao Yan felt relieved when he thought about it. Other than a portion of the pills in his possession being refined by himself, half of the pills in his possession came from other places. However, the pills in Su Songming's possession were different. No matter how many he needed, he could only refine them himself. After all, his strength did not support his ability to obtain pills from other places. In addition to more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills, Xiao Yan also obtained 3 more rank 4 pill formulas, 3 spirit rank middle-level cultivation methods, and a large amount of precious medicinal ingredients. At this point, the 7 storage rings were completely swept clean by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's wallet also swelled in an instant. Xiao Yan did not doubt that with the wealth he currently possessed, even the 4 great sects might not be able to compare with him. Finally, it was the turn of the 8th storage ring. Compared to the previous 7 storage rings, this storage ring was somewhat different. On the snow-white storage ring, some mysterious talismans were crookedly engraved. There was even a faint golden glow faintly emitting from it. After careful inspection, Xiao Yan was even more surprised to discover that on the surface of this ring, there was actually a layer of golden light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, protecting this ring. From those mysterious talismans, Xiao Yan was able to recognize that they were talismans that were unique to formations. However, what made him suspicious was why the talismans used by formations would appear on a ring. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows as his eyes slowly narrowed. This ring did not seem to be an ordinary storage ring. Chapter 855. With doubts in his heart, Xiao Yan intended to pour his spiritual strength into the ring. However, just as Xiao Yan's spiritual strength neared the ring, it suddenly emitted a bright golden light. Those mysterious symbols suddenly sparkled, and the circle of invisible golden light that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring also suddenly emitted a powerful aura. It actually repelled Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Moreover, what was different from an ordinary storage ring was that the rebounding force of this ring actually possessed a portion of destructive power. If Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was not strong enough, it was likely that he would have been injured. Sensing this point, Xiao Yan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. A surprised expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that this ring actually possessed such a domineering ability. It was indeed worthy of being the work of a formation master. This kind of ability was something that an alchemist did not possess. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and once again landed on the milky white ring in front of him. From the rebounding force of this ring, it was not difficult to tell that there should be some kind of extremely valuable item within this ring. In order to open this ring, a special method was required. Unfortunately, following Su Songming's death, the method used to open this ring naturally did not exist. Now, if Xiao Yan wanted to open this ring, the best method was to forcefully break the formation that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring. As he thought of this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Although the defense of this formation was not bad, with the powerful spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan was still unable to block Xiao Yan. On this point, Xiao Yan had absolute confidence. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, with just this formation alone he would only need 2 or 3 spiritual collisions to forcefully break it open. At that time, everything within this ring would naturally appear in front of Xiao Yan. Narrowing his eyes, a fierce glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Immediately after, Xiao Yan spread out his palm and placed the milky white ring in the empty space in front of him. With a thought, the soul pearl between his eyebrows suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a huge amount of spiritual strength rapidly gushed out from his mind like a storm. The invisible energy wrapped around the ring in front of him. Under the powerful spiritual strength undulations, the invisible space immediately surged. The huge amount of spiritual strength crazily condensed under Xiao Yan's control. The originally invisible spiritual strength also gradually solidified under this crazy condensation. In the end, it turned into 3 substantial drills that followed Xiao Yan's thoughts and fiercely struck the ring from 3 different directions. Buzz! Immediately, a buzzing sound that caused one's soul to feel a piercing pain spread out. In an instant, the entire room that Xiao Yan was in shook. If not for Xiao Yan stopping it, it was likely that the buzzing sound alone would have caused quite a number of people in the Fang clan to suffer injuries that would be difficult to recover from. However, under this huge commotion, the originally sparkling golden light on the surface of the milky white ring suddenly dimmed by quite a bit. Just as Xiao Yan had expected, this ring was still unable to easily withstand the spiritual strength attack of a rank 3 alchemist. The smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even denser when he saw this scene. At the same time, the expression on his face became even sharper. A thought passed through his heart and the 3 spiritual drills once again heavily smashed into the ring. Buzz! The collision once again caused the ring to suddenly tremble. The formation that was agglomerated on the exterior of the ring also swiftly dimmed. Before the buzzing sound disappeared, Xiao Yan once again controlled the 3 drill bits and heavily smashed them onto the surface of the ring, which was trembling intensely. Bang! The dim array instantly exploded, and the distorted golden talismans on the ring also dimmed. After doing this, Xiao Yan once again smiled. Without any hesitation, a portion of his spiritual strength also poured into the milky white ring in front of him as the 3 spiritual drills scattered. As the scene in front of Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly changed, Xiao Yan's mind also entered the space within the ring. The first thing that entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. Under this golden light, Xiao Yan's eyes subconsciously narrowed. A few breaths later, he finally slowly lifted his eyes and looked at the space in front of him. The entire space was much narrower than Xiao Yan had expected. At the very most, it was similar to the storage space of a middle-grade storage ring. A storage ring of this size was basically useless to the current Xiao Yan. However, since this ring was carried around by Su Songming, Xiao Yan believed that it was not as useless as it looked. Sure enough, just as Xiao Yan's eyes scanned the interior of this space, the space in front of Xiao Yan began to distort without any warning. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's face did not reveal any panic. He calmly waited for the change in the space in front of him. After a short few breaths, the distorted space in front of Xiao Yan finally gradually stabilized. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was not an actual object. Instead, it was a palm-sized illusory image. The illusory image was extremely solid. Other than the fact that it did not emit any aura, it looked just like an actual object. If it was not for the fact that one could not detect its aura, it was likely that one would have mistaken it for an actual object. Looking at the image in front of him, Xiao Yan's face was filled with suspicion as he frowned. His eyes stared intently at the object in front of him. His heart was filled with shock and astonishment. He really did not expect that there would actually be such an object on this continent. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a flower with 6 petals. The entire flower was wrapped in a pure snow-white color. The whiteness was so pure that one could not bear to touch it. It was as though one was afraid of tarnishing it. Only at the core of the flower were there thumb-sized purple dots that decorated the entire flower. It was like adding flowers to brocade, causing it to appear even more pure and pleasant. The 6 petals were like trumpets that opened outwards. It seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world, yet it also seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world. It looked rather majestic. Just from the appearance of this flower was definitely an extraordinary object. Of course, with Xiao Yan's experience, even though he had never seen it with his own eyes, Xiao Yan had some understanding of this flower from countless ancient books. However, the only thing that Xiao Yan did not dare to confirm at this moment was why this flower had 6 petals. Fusang flower. Xiao Yan solemnly stared at the flower in front of him. His brows were tightly knitted together. It was only after a long time that he spoke with a somewhat uncertain tone. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 856. Fusang flower. It is really unexpected that there is actually a fusang flower in this world. Don't tell me. Xiao Yan's body was stunned as he stood in the same spot within the space of the ring. Both of his eyes stared at the image of the 6-petal flower in the empty space in front of him. A great storm had formed in his heart. Xiao Yan had never expected that he would actually see the fusang flower in this place. The fusang flower. If this was placed on the Daoist continent, it was something that had already disappeared for an unknown number of years. It had already been called extinct and was a divine object that could no longer be found in this world. Yet now, this thing that could be called extinct had actually appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Even though this was merely an image, it still caused one to have difficulty hiding the shock and excitement in one's heart. The fusang flower grew from the fusang ancient spirit tree. It was one of the rare treasures in this world. The appearance of this flower would definitely cause an uproar in the continent. Of course, this was unless the news could truly spread. Normally speaking, this kind of situation was completely impossible. This was because the moment the fusang flower appeared, the fusang flower would be fought over by everyone within a short period of time. Before the news could spread, the fusang flower would have already fallen into someone's hands and disappeared. The fusang ancient spirit tree, along with the bodhisattva ancient tree and the blood parasol tree, were called the 3 great divine trees in this world. Even the ginseng ancient tree could not compare with them. In the past, Xiao Yan had seen information related to the fusang ancient spirit tree in many ancient books. All of the ancient books clearly stated that the fusang flower had 5 petals. However, the fusang flower that had appeared in front of Xiao Yan at this moment was very different from what Xiao Yan knew. It was a 6-petal fusang flower. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yan did not dare to confirm the identity of this flower for a long time. Why would the fusang flower appear in this ring? After recovering, Xiao Yan once again placed his attention on the most important point. Why would the image of the fusang flower appear in this ring? Why would it allow Su Songming to carry this ring around with him? Could it be the location of the hibiscus flower is hidden in this ring? Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up, and the surprise in his heart could not be any greater. If that was the case, then as long as he followed the guidance of the ring and obtained the hibiscus flower, wouldn't he have picked up a great opportunity for nothing? The ancient fusang spirit tree was as famous as the Bodhi ancient tree, or even surpassed it. Naturally, it had its own advantages. Unlike the Bodhi ancient tree's ability to help people make breakthroughs, the greatest characteristic of the ancient fusang spirit tree was that it contained an extremely large amount of spiritual strength. This kind of spiritual strength was accumulated over countless years. The fusang flower and the ancient fusang spirit tree naturally contained an extremely pure and large amount of spiritual strength. Therefore, the fusang flower was undoubtedly the most precious treasure to alchemists and formation masters. As long as one could obtain a fusang flower, it would mean that one's spiritual strength would soar. At that time, not only would it bring about an increase in one's strength, but even one's status would also rise qualitatively. At that time, countless powerful factions would be moved. Powerful sects and factions would also extend an olive branch or even lower themselves to invite one. Of course, if one was able to join the Pill Tower, it would undoubtedly bring about even greater glory. Everyone would have to be courteous when they walked the continent in the name of the Pill Tower. To an ordinary alchemist, this represented supreme glory. Of course, this did not attract Xiao Yan. After taking in a deep breath, Xiao Yan focused his attention. His gaze once again looked at the image of the fusang flower in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Other than that, he was even more curious. If it was just an image, it would not allow Xiao Yan to find the fusang flower. Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly when he thought of this. Just as Xiao Yan's heart was filled with suspicion, the fusang flower in front of him once again began to distort. Xiao Yan's eyes focused. He frowned and stared intently at the fusang flower that was gradually distorting. His throat rolled slightly and he could not help but become nervous. He hoped that the fusang flower in front of him would live up to his expectations. Following the gradual distortion of space, the original six-petal flower, the pure beauty of the hibiscus flower, had already become deformed in the blink of an eye. Not only had it lost its original appearance, but even the shadow of a flower could not be seen. However, Xiao Yan became even more focused during this short and anxious wait. His gaze stared intently at the distorted space in front of him. Without realizing it, Xiao Yan seemed to have seen some pattern following the direction in which the flower was distorted. Perhaps it could be said that it was some other object. This time, it was not an illusion but a real entity. After a dozen breaths, Xiao Yan wiped the sweat that had gushed out from his forehead. The space that was constantly distorting in front of him stabilized again. This time, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a special name card that was the size of a palm. The overall structure of the name card looked similar to Xiao Yan's alchemist president's name card. They were both made of special metal. The only difference was that there were many talismans engraved on this name card. That was the symbol of an array master. On the back of this name card, the words, "Glorious Gold," were written clearly and deeply. Glorious Gold? Xiao Yan muttered softly. He seemed to have seen these two words somewhere before. Immediately after, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. He flipped his palm and a leather map appeared in his hand. After a quick check, Xiao Yan immediately found the place related to the words, Glorious Gold. Glorious Gold City. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised in his heart. Glorious Gold City was the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Judging from this name card, would the fusang flower appear there? Alchemists had their own alchemist guild, and array masters naturally had their own territory. It was just that it was not as large as the alchemists. This Glorious Gold City happened to be the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Suddenly, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan once again became distorted while his heart was feeling surprised at the location of the hibiscus flower. Xiao Yan hurriedly grabbed the name card in front of him as a precaution, after which he focused his attention and looked at it. However, the result that Xiao Yan saw caused the longing in his heart to swiftly reduce by over half. The space in front of him was distorted. After a long while, the result was a row of words. The general content had already explained that the fusang flower was in Jinyao City. However, if he wanted to obtain it, he would have to obtain it by auction at the Jinyao City auction that would be held 3 months later. Chapter 857. In the end, Xiao Yan helplessly withdrew his spiritual strength from the ring. At the same time, he also took out the name card. That could be considered the most useful and also the most useless thing that Xiao Yan had obtained this time. Although he had found the fusang flower, it might not be his in the end. Although he knew its location, he could not touch it. It was likely that there was nothing more unbearable than this. However, having news was better than nothing. Everything was still early. No one knew who the fusang flower would belong to until the very last moment. With a little hope in his heart, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and smiled slightly. Immediately his body moved, leaped off the bed, and walked out of the door. Since Xiao Yan's matter was temporarily over, there was no need to rush to the ancient tomb of Tianju. There was no harm in going to Jinyao City to give it a try. After all, it was a place where the experts of the Western region gathered. Regardless of whether it was for Xiao Yan's own experience or strength, it would more or less be of some help. He would naturally not easily miss it. After exiting the door, Xiao Yan had just closed the door and turned around. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly jumped and he involuntarily took half a step back. He raised his eyes and saw that Fang Rian was standing in front of him. Until just now, Xiao Yan had been wholeheartedly thinking about the fusang flower and did not notice that there was actually someone outside the door. The sudden appearance of the young lady had almost caused Xiao Yan to activate the dou qi in his body. Once that happened, Xiao Yan could not help but be a little worried about the consequences. When Fang Rian saw that Xiao Yan was startled, a panicked expression involuntarily surged onto her face. She was just about to open her mouth to inquire when Xiao Yan's gaze shot over, causing her to involuntarily lower her head. At the same time, Xiao Yan also recovered from the fright from the previous moment. He helplessly curled his lips and his heart palpitated as he swept his gaze over the slightly rising and falling chest of the young lady. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan was just a little taller than Xiao Yan. Hence, the moment Xiao Yan raised his head, the young lady's chest was completely reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan's old face could not help but turn red. He habitually rubbed his nose with his hand and coughed twice. Only then did Xiao Yan ask, "Miss Fang, is there something that you are looking for me?" Ruyan does not dare. "It is my father who asked me to invite you to attend a family banquet in our family." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fang Ruyan hurriedly and respectfully bowed. The words from her mouth appeared to be unusually respectful. If it was before Xiao Yan killed those few elite Dou Di, Fang Ruyan would still dare to be angry with him. Now that she had witnessed Xiao Yan's strength, she would definitely not dare to mess around with Xiao Yan even if she was given a lot of courage. Otherwise, once the latter was angered, it was likely that she would not be the only one to suffer a calamity. "Oh, a family banquet, huh? It seems a little illogical for me to attend such a banquet." Xiao Yan frowned slightly. A family banquet was a banquet that only members of the same family could attend. This kind of banquet was especially valued within a family. Anyone who was not from the family would not be allowed to attend, much less be invited. What was the purpose of Fang Cheng's actions? "Sir, there is no need to be so polite. You have saved our entire Fang family. Father and the few elders have long treated you as one of our family. Moreover, my father has also said that if Sir Xiao Yan is not present today, the family banquet will definitely not begin." Appearing to be afraid that Xiao Yan would reject, Fang Ruyan said quite a bit in one breath. These words caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat speechless. Putting it this way, he did not even have a reason to reject. It seemed that this family banquet was not prepared for the members of the Fang family. Instead, it was a Hongmen banquet for him. Thinking of this in his heart, a glint immediately flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. However, he parted his mouth and smiled immediately. "All right then. Since the head of the Fang family has invited me so graciously, it would be somewhat impolite if I did not go. Let's go." Xiao Yan laughed out loud. His body moved. Under the guidance of his spiritual strength, he took the lead and walked toward the place where everyone from the Fang family was gathered. Fang Ruyan followed behind him. That's right. Just as he took his first step, before his second step landed, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around. This gave the young lady behind him a fright. She took 2 steps back. Then Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It's better if you don't call me Lord. It's quite awkward to hear you call me that. Just call me by my name." After speaking without waiting for the young lady to regain her senses, Xiao Yan took the lead and quickly walked toward the place where the members of the Fang family were gathered. Behind him, the young lady's cheeks were red as she muttered Xiao Yan's name. Then, she hurriedly followed behind. After a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Fang Ruyan arrived at the place where the members of the Fang family were gathered. This was the usual drill ground of the Fang family. However, today, it was the place where the family banquet was held. When everyone present saw the late Xiao Yan, everyone immediately stood up and faced Xiao Yan. Even Fang Cheng and the elders of the Fang family at the front of the crowd stood up and faced Xiao Yan. Then, everyone respectfully greeted Xiao Yan in unison. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but be shocked. The actions of these people really made him feel overwhelmed. After returning the greetings one by one, Xiao Yan took large strides forward with Fang Rian behind him. Together, they arrived at Fang Cheng's side. At this place, seats had already been prepared for the two of them. They just so happened to be on the left and right of Fang Cheng. After Xiao Yan sat down, the one on the left was Yuan Qing. It was only after Xiao Yan sat down that the other people present also took their seats one after another. Sir Xiao Yan, this banquet should have been prepared long ago. However, Sir Xiao Yan has been in seclusion for half a month. We were also afraid of disturbing Sir, so we never started. Now that Sir Xiao Yan has arrived, we can be considered to be all present. Sitting beside Xiao Yan, Fang Cheng smiled as he faced Xiao Yan. At the same time, he raised his wine cup and faced Xiao Yan and downed it in a single gulp as an apology. After that, Yuan Qing and the few elders of the Fang family, and even Fang Ruyan, were unable to avoid it. Very quickly, Xiao Yan and the few people beside him began to chat together. This was especially true for Fang Cheng. His 3 sentences did not leave Xiao Yan, while his 2 sentences were like that of Rian. His words always jumped between Xiao Yan and Rian, causing one to not know if he was truly drunk or if he was doing it on purpose. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with suspicion as he listened. During this time, he continuously frowned and his gaze would occasionally look towards Yuan Qing. Seeing this, the latter awkwardly smiled but did not say anything. At this moment, even Fang Rian's pretty face had turned completely red from what Xiao Yan had said. It was unknown whether it was because she had drunk wine or because of some other reason. However, the pair of pretty eyes which she used to look at Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed an autumn feeling. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 858. Little friend Xiao Yan, I have to thank little friend Xiao Yan for saving my daughter in Wuyu City last time. That's why my daughter was able to come back alive. Fang Cheng seemed to be really drunk. His face was flushed, and his face was filled with a blurry smile. His expression was blurry. He put one hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder and raised the wine cup in his other hand, sending it to Xiao Yan's mouth. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. That day's matter was just something I did in passing. Patriarch Fang doesn't need to be polite. Xiao Yan looked at the latter with a calm expression. Then he suddenly smiled, took the wine from the latter's hand, and drank it all in one gulp. Good. Little friend Xiao Yan has guts. Seeing this, the smile on Fang Cheng's face suddenly became a little thicker. He directly hugged Xiao Yan's shoulder and took advantage of his drunkenness to laugh loudly. Little friend Xiao Yan should also know that I, Fang Cheng, only have this one precious daughter. I'm afraid she'll fall in my hands, and I'm afraid she'll melt in my mouth. I've always carefully taken care of her, afraid that something will happen to this girl. These years, this girl has grown up. This clan won't be able to hold her back sooner or later. The little guy who could only survive under Old Eagle's protection is now able to stand on his own. Speaking until here, Fang Cheng's face couldn't help but reveal a gratified expression. Logically speaking, this time, the clan has encountered a great disaster. I don't want her to come back. I don't want this girl to enter the tiger's den. Just like what I'm worried about, if it wasn't for little friend Xiao Yan from Wuyu City's Jin Go, I'm afraid that not only would something happen to my daughter, but even the current Fang clan would no longer exist. When he spoke until this point, Fang Cheng appeared to have instantly become much more clear-headed. The expression on his face became somewhat melancholy. Soon after, he hugged Xiao Yan's shoulders and began to laugh out loud in a muddle-headed manner. His topic also continued to revolve around Xiao Yan and Fang Rian. I wonder what little friend Xiao Yan thinks about my daughter's cultivation? Suddenly, Fang Cheng seemed to inadvertently ask about Fang Rian's cultivation. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly startled. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, Young Miss Fang is able to reach the cultivation of a 7-star half-martial emperor at such a young age. Even in the continent, this is rarely seen. It can be said that young Miss Fang's cultivation speed is extremely astonishing. If she were to be placed in the Shilin region, she would be able to protect a region. Words of praise were spat out, and the smile on Fang Cheng's face became even more pronounced. After Fang Rian, who was beside him, heard Xiao Yan's words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Haha, for my daughter to be able to win such praise from little friend Xiao Yan, it's truly a great fortune. Ha! Several people laughed heartily. Xiao Yan also followed suit. However, he was somewhat suspicious in his heart. What was the purpose of Fang Cheng's words? Little friend Xiao Yan, you've saved my Fang clan from calamity, and even saved my daughter's life. My Fang clan is unable to repay such a great kindness. However, if it's possible, I don't mind letting my daughter follow by little friend Xiao Yan's side and take care of you. This can be considered. Clan head Fang, you've said so much. It can't be just for this sentence, right? However, just as Fang Qing drunkenly hugged Xiao Yan's shoulders and spoke with a mouth full of words, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. His expression was slightly ugly as he pushed away Fang Qing, who was pressing down on him. A hint of coldness emerged on his originally calm face at this moment. When Xiao Yan's words came out, not only Fang Qing, but even the bodies of the other people present suddenly shook. An indescribable chill swiftly rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Numerous gazes also looked toward Xiao Yan in succession. To one side, Yuan Qing also stood up at this moment with an ugly expression. His old face carried a helpless expression. Originally, he wanted to open his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he let out a deep sigh, lowered his head and shut his mouth without saying anything. At this instant, Fang Cheng, who originally appeared to be drunk and hazy, also instantly returned to sobriety. The redness on his face swiftly faded away, and the state of his entire person also recovered its usual calmness. However, at this moment, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was somewhat evasive. Perhaps, everything he had said just now did not come from the bottom of his heart. However, for the clan, he had no choice but to say it. If he was able to connect the clan behind him to this young man in front of him, the Fang clan would definitely not be limited to this small Helan city in the future. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually reject in such a decisive manner. Moreover, from the looks of it, Xiao Yan's attitude was abnormally firm. From the looks of it, his Fang clan had been too rash in today's matter. He could only blame himself for such an outcome. He had only thought of the clan behind him and did not consider the thoughts of the black-robed young man in front of him. Who knew what thoughts Xiao Yan had in his heart? Huff! After letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan shot a glance at Yuan Qing beside him. His body moved and he silently left this place. After that, everyone present was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone held their breaths tightly as they sent off Xiao Yan with their gazes. Everyone's hearts were especially nervous, afraid of angering this lord. At the same time, when they looked at their own clan head again, their eyes involuntarily revealed bewilderment. Just what had Fang Qing done to make Xiao Yan's attitude change so abruptly? In an instant, the atmosphere became heavy. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on everyone's heart. The formless aura that gushed out from Xiao Yan's body caused them to be unable to breathe. When everyone had relaxed, Fang Cheng's body softened. He sat back on the chair with a heart full of regret. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the wine cup in front of him. His heart was filled with deep regret. His actions just now might have pushed this future expert of the Western region far away. Seeing Xiao Yan leave, Yuan Qing hesitated for a moment before standing up. He found Fang Cheng and patted the latter's shoulder with his palm as a form of consolation. After giving some instructions, he left to find Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan quietly stood at the side of a pond. A thick willow tree grew beside him. Its soft willow branches fell into the pond and swayed with the wind, creating circles of ripples on the surface of the water. Xiao Yan watched the pool water in front of him. The dark blue sky was reflected within it. A few white clouds danced under the ripples, appearing like a young lady dancing gracefully, causing one's imagination to run wild. Mr. Xiao Yan, Fang Qing didn't do it on purpose just now. He's just drunk. You and I both know in our hearts whether or not he's drunk. Actually, I don't care. I didn't call you here to talk about this matter. It's only because I'm leaving. Xiao Yan's gaze still didn't leave the water surface as he slowly spoke. Suddenly, he saw a leaf slowly fall from the willow branch on the water surface. It floated in the water and gradually flowed away with the ripples. Mr. Xiao Yan is leaving? Where are you going? Yuan Qing furrowed his brows. His forward step involuntarily paused. He had come to the western region in order to find Xiao Yan. However, the latter had come and left in a hurry. After a short reunion, the two had to part again. Jinyao City. An auction will be held there in 3 months. I must go. Seeing the willow leaf fall to the bottom of the pond, Xiao Yan turned around and looked at Yuan Qing behind him as he slowly spoke. Then your actions just now, Yuan Qing was flabbergasted. Although Fang Cheng's words were somewhat rash, with Xiao Yan's temperament, he shouldn't have done so. However, if it was said that Xiao Yan did it on purpose, it might make some sense. After all, the Fang clan is an individual. I can't always stay in the Fang clan. They also can't rely on others. I can't help them with anything. The only thing I can do is perhaps to leave. Only in this way can they truly realize what they need, and not always think of borrowing the strength of others. The things obtained from the Wang clan's treasury are enough for the Fang clan to greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. It's more than enough to expand their influence. As for me, it's time to do what I want to do. Chapter 859. On the same day, Xiao Yan left Helan City. Yuan Qing personally watched as Xiao Yan left. Yuan Qing didn't plan to travel with Xiao Yan for the rest of the journey. With the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it was likely that he would only become a burden if he followed beside Xiao Yan. After all, others might not be aware, but he was aware that those people from the ghost hall, who were neither human nor ghost, were constantly watching Xiao Yan. In the evening, Yuan Qing returned to the Fang clan and met Fang Cheng in the clan's conference hall. When the two brothers met, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Mr. Xiao Yan he left. He said he had other things to do, so he had to leave. Could it be because of me? It's not because of you, and it's not because of the Fang clan. It's just that he really needs to leave. What he did during the day was actually just to make you feel afraid. Only by doing this, perhaps the Fang clan will understand that outsiders can't be relied on. If you want to be strong, you can only rely on your own strength. Fang Cheng's expression froze. He couldn't help but feel astonished. This is what Xiao Yan said. It's also the only thing he can help you with. Fang Cheng tightly knitted his brows, his expression extremely gloomy. Indeed, the moment Xiao Yan stood up, he felt an incomparable pressure. That kind of strength was really hard for him to bear. Even the entire Fang clan couldn't compare. Once Xiao Yan was truly angry, there was absolutely no one in the Fang clan who could stop him. At that moment, everyone in the Fang clan felt alarmed. They had no choice but to gather together to resist that power. At this moment, they clearly realized their own insignificance, and also clearly understood the cohesion of a clan. Xiao Yan's actions might turn him into an evil person, but at the very least, he had already done his best to help the Fang clan. Sometimes, what a clan needed wasn't endless resources, but their desire to become stronger, as well as the trust and support between the clan members. While the two of them were conversing, they did not notice that outside the meeting hall, Fang Ruyan was gently biting her red lips. A complicated expression surfaced in her beautiful eyes. It was a long while later before she quietly left. At the same time, Xiao Yan was on his way to Jinyao City. The night was long. Xiao Yan headed west and followed the directions on the map. It was likely that he would be able to reach the location of Jinyao City in half a month's time. Additionally, according to the map, the location of the Tianju ancient tomb was located in an even deeper part of the western wasteland region. Xiao Yan's direction could not be considered going in the opposite direction. The journey would take half a month. Therefore, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry. Instead, he diverted a portion of his attention to the 9 incarnations. From the 7 storage rings, Xiao Yan also obtained a lot of medium spirit stones, which were undoubtedly of great benefit to the improvement of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations. As for the 10 medium spirit stones that Xiao Yan had obtained earlier, they had already been used up. As the strength of the incarnations increased, Xiao Yan also discovered to his surprise that the energy requirement of the incarnations was increasing. Even the medium spirit stones could no longer satisfy the cultivation of the incarnations. Now, in Xiao Yan's storage ring, there were a total of 54 medium spirit stones. Except for the 14 that Xiao Yan kept as backup, the remaining 40 were used by Xiao Yan to improve the cultivation of the incarnations. Of course, under such a crazy devouring, the results obtained by the 9 incarnations also made Xiao Yan quite satisfied. At night, the resplendent Milky Way washed the pitch-black night sky, and the fluorescence emitted by the endless starlight intertwined and condensed, illuminating the dark ground below. Coupled with the huge silver moon, it was like the sun at night, driving away the darkness of this land. At the peak of the mountain, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged. Powerful soul power continuously flowed out from between his eyebrows and entered the bodies of the 9 incarnations around him. At this moment, the 9 incarnations were also crazily devouring and refining a spirit stone in their arms. Judging from the energy contained in the spirit stones, these spirit stones were actually medium spirit stones. After nearly half a month of hurrying and training, 18 of the 40 spirit stones had already been used up. Now, the radiance on these 9 spirit stones were rapidly dimming. It was likely that before today, these 9 medial-grade spirit stones would turn into nothing. In less than half a month, 27 medium spirit stones had been consumed. This was equivalent to half of the total number of medium spirit stones that Xiao Yan possessed. Under this crazy refining, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had broken through to the middle level of the 4-star Daoist class. Currently, they were advancing toward the advanced level of the 4-star Daoist class. However, it was unknown whether the cultivations of the 9 incarnations would be able to reach the advanced level of the 4-star Daoist class before the 9 spirit stones were completely consumed. Xiao Yan became even crazier as he carried the longing in his heart. The spiritual strength within the soul bead in his mind surged out and controlled the 9 incarnations to wildly refine the spirit stones at an even faster speed. Time flowed by bit. A paleness involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Threads of perspiration rolled down from his forehead. Time also rolled further and further away. Unknowingly, the eastern sky gradually brightened. The silver moon consciously hid its body. The bright Milky Way had long since disappeared. A night had passed. At this moment, the weak light on the 9 spirit stones in the 9 incarnations' hands had completely disappeared. The last thread of energy was absorbed into the bodies of the incarnations. Damn it! It is still not enough. Even until now, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had yet to break through to the advanced level of the 4-star Daoist class. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to curse in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and he attempted to withdraw the 9 incarnations. However, it was at this moment that, buzz, a white light suddenly flickered within the bodies of the 9 incarnations. Soon after, the auras within the bodies of the 9 incarnations suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, the middle level of the 4-star Daoist class had all broken through to the advanced level of the 4-star Daoist class. The last thread of energy within the spirit stones had caused the cultivation of the 9 incarnations to successfully reach the advanced level of the 4-star Daoist class. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised smile finally appeared on Xiao Yan's face. After confirming that the cultivation of the 9 incarnations was correct, a thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the 9 incarnations into his body. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's pale face rapidly recovered. After a slight adjustment, Xiao Yan finally stood up from his cross-legged position. He looked toward the west and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, on the horizon to the west of Xiao Yan, there was a majestic ancient city covered in golden light standing proudly on the vast land. That was the destination of Xiao Yan's trip. Jinyao City. Chapter 860. Jinyao City was located in the southwest region of the Western Wasteland region. Although the area was barren, it was precisely because of the environment that the people who lived here were usually more powerful. At a glance, The weakest person in the entire city had already reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to some of the cities in the Shilin region, Jinyao City was undoubtedly much more powerful. The most eye-catching thing about Jinyao City wasn't that the cultivations of the people here were generally powerful. Instead, it was because this was the world of formation masters. In the Yuanwu continent, alchemists weren't the only occupation that relied on powerful spiritual strength. Other than that, the existence of formation masters was also extremely frightening. Although the influence of formation masters wasn't as large as that of alchemists, which could be found all over the continent and even become the strongest superpower in the entire Yuanwu continent, the uniqueness of formation masters made them a powerful occupation in the cultivation world. If alchemists were known for their ability to save lives, then formation masters were known for their ruthlessness and dominance. Apart from the forces of heaven and earth, their offensive power could be said to be the strongest among all humans and magical beasts. Therefore, although there seemed to be a large number of half-emperors in Jinyao City, in front of some powerful formation masters, even a Dodi might not be able to fight them. On the horizon, Xiao Yan's figure quickly approached the city that was covered in golden light. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan had already landed in front of the majestic city gate. At a glance, the city wall in front of Xiao Yan was covered in mysterious talismans that densely covered the entire city wall. The golden light that covered the sky above Jinyao City was emitted from the countless golden talismans. As he approached the city, even though he hadn't personally arrived at the foot of the city wall, Xiao Yan could already feel an extremely powerful pressure coming toward him. The invisible pressure caused his footsteps to involuntarily stop. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of him that forcefully stopped him. What a powerful formation! The spot where Xiao Yan's feet landed on the ground involuntarily caved in and formed an inch-deep footprint. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. A formation that could cause a 5-star Dodi to feel pressured. This Jinyao City was indeed worthy of being the gathering place of formation masters. Xiao Yan's body shook slightly. The black robe on the surface of his body also trembled. The originally black-colored long robe appeared to have become even purer at this moment. At the same time, the pressure on Xiao Yan's shoulder also suddenly disappeared at this moment. The moment his body became light, Xiao Yan's forward footsteps naturally became much faster. On the other hand, those people around Xiao Yan all stood in their original spots with heavy expressions under this pressure. From the looks of it, if they did not get used to it within a short period of time, it was likely that they would have difficulty taking the next step. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly walked forward in a relaxed manner. Very quickly he arrived at the foot of the city gate. At this place, the surrounding crowd had also increased. At the city gate, there were a couple of middle-aged men wearing golden robes. In each of their hands, there was a palm-sized formation plate. Every time a person walked in front of them, they would extend the formation plate. The pedestrians entering the city would also consciously take out 10 spirit stones from their storage rings. After a flash on the formation plate, the spirit stones were all absorbed into it. "Is it the entrance fee again?" Xiao Yan gently raised his eyebrows. A strange expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. However, he understood after thinking about it in his heart. This Jinyao City was protected by a formation all year round. The operation of the formation would definitely require the support of a large number of spirit stones. The amount of spirit stones that would be exhausted in a year was definitely not a small amount. The source of such a large amount of spirit stones would definitely be the most important question. Collecting a fee to enter the city was undoubtedly the best method. After thinking about this point in his heart, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. In this way, this Jinyao City was undoubtedly much more humane than Jingu in Wuyu City. However, just as the front line was about to reach Xiao Yan, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe among the crowd at the back rudely pushed back the passers-by around him and rushed straight to the front of the line. If you want to enter the city, get out of my way." A rude and unreasonable reprimand was emitted from the middle-aged man's mouth. The passers-by around him also furrowed their brows and unwillingly made way. Some of the hot-tempered fellows, who had just revealed an angry expression, swiftly withdrew when they saw the golden-colored long robe that this fellow was wearing. Moreover, a fearful expression surged as they retreated hatefully. In the blink of an eye, the path in front of the middle-aged man was quickly cleared to allow only one person to pass through. Even the people who were standing in front of Xiao Yan at this moment also moved away. Turning his head, Xiao Yan glanced at the man in the golden robe who was rushing over quickly. He frowned in his heart, hesitated for a moment, then moved his feet and was about to make way. Where did this little bastard come from? Dare to block my way, get out of my way. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to dodge, the middle-aged man had already arrived behind him. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually did not make way, the man in the golden robe immediately let out a disdainful snort. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and a surge of dou qi instantly shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a sharp dou qi pillar that instantly tore through the empty space in front of him and ruthlessly cut towards Xiao Yan's head. Such a sharp attack caused the expressions of the surrounding passers-by to change drastically. Although this fellow was overbearing, it must be said that he had the capital to be overbearing. Just from this powerful aura, the cultivation of this man in the golden robe had likely reached the level of a 2-star dou di. Although this kind of strength could not be considered the strongest in Jinyao City, there were very few people who could compare with him. However, just as the man in the golden robe was about to attack Xiao Yan, the latter's body, which was originally about to dodge, was firmly fixed on the spot. His feet, which were just half an inch from the ground, once again landed. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. It was fine if this fellow only had a rotten mouth, but such a vicious method caused Xiao Yan to feel ashamed in his heart. Who could easily endure being treated in such a manner for no reason? Faced with such an attack, it was likely that an ordinary person would have difficulty surviving. The sharp dou qi pillar was swiftly magnified in Xiao Yan's eyes. On the other hand, Xiao Yan unhurriedly raised his hand and gently received the attack. The most shocking thing was that he did not even use a trace of dou qi. However, just as everyone was looking at Xiao Yan with pitiful gazes, the dou qi pillar violently collided with Xiao Yan's palm in the next instant. Bang! Chapter 861. Under the pitiful gazes of the surrounding crowd, that sharp dou qi pillar collided heavily with Xiao Yan's palm. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this scene, the golden-robed man's face could not help but reveal a mocking and disdainful cold smile. His body suddenly charged forward, seemingly intending to send Xiao Yan's body flying. However, the moment the golden-robed person charged forward, he clearly saw that the dou qi pillar, which should have penetrated Xiao Yan's hand along with his head, had instantly burst apart in Xiao Yan's hand. The strength that was created by the explosion did not even leave a superficial wound on Xiao Yan's hand. The golden-robed man's attack was actually so weak in Xiao Yan's hands. At this moment, even the faces of the surrounding passers-by revealed stunned expressions. Their gazes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiao Yan. Quickly following this, before everyone could recover, Xiao Yan's completely uninjured hand suddenly extended forward. A thought passed through his mind and a suction force wildly surged from his palm. It was like a storm that went against the flow. The strong suction force forcefully pulled the golden-robed man's body over. It was only at this moment that a feeling of fear suddenly surged into the golden-robed man's heart. No matter what, he did not expect that this seemingly young black-robed man would actually possess such a frightening strength. Xiao Yan's 5 fingers curled slightly and grabbed the latter's neck. A force gathered in his palm. As long as he was willing, Xiao Yan could easily crush the neck of the person in front of him. A mere 2-star dou di was not enough for Xiao Yan to take to heart. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to make his move, his gaze landed on the badge on the chest of the golden-robed man. The badge was circular and silver in color. There were many complicated talismans outlined on it, faintly forming the word formation. Formation Master? Sensing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. After all, this Jinyao City was the territory of formation masters. He also knew that formation masters and alchemists did not get along well. Hence, he did not want to cause trouble here. Hence, When he faced the golden-robed man earlier, his first reaction was to avoid him. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not expect that the golden-robed man was actually a formation master. From the looks of it, his original intention had been unintentionally violated. Seeing Xiaoyan frown, the golden-robed man, whose face was currently red, seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He violently clenched his teeth and roared with difficulty, "Brat, I am a member of Jinyao City's Formation Master Association. If you dare to touch me, the association will definitely—" "Did I allow you to speak?" Xiaoyan's expression became fierce. A sternness surged in his eyes as he stared at the golden-robed person. The latter's words that had yet to be uttered were instantly stopped upon seeing this. Both of his eyes revealed a deep terror. His gaze stared intently at the black-robed, young man in front of him and did not dare to utter even the slightest word. "Mister." At this moment, the few golden-robed formation masters at the entrance of the city also noticed the situation on this side. Immediately, a middle-aged man who was the leader of the group hurriedly took a couple of steps forward and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The first thing he did was to respectfully greet the latter. "What's the matter?" Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. He naturally knew the reason why this guy came forward. "Mister, I apologize for his rude behavior just now. However, this is Jinyao City. The rules of the Formation Master Association do not allow any Formation Master to be hurt here. Hence, I hope you can be magnanimous and let him go." The middle-aged man looked at Xiaoyan fearlessly. When he spoke, he deliberately mentioned the Formation Master Association as if he hoped to use this to suppress the person in front of him. However, Xiaoyan, who was frowning slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words, smirked coldly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "Haha, the rules of your Formation Master Association are a little overbearing. However, you have to see clearly that I am not within the boundaries of Jinyao City. Once I leave this city gate, whether this guy lives or dies has nothing to do with the Formation Master Association." The golden-robed man frowned and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He did not expect that the person in front of him would still be so stubborn even after he mentioned the Formation Master Association. "Mister, please. In other words, even if I kill all of you now, the Formation Master Association still has nothing to do with me." The hand that Xiaoyan used to grab the neck of the person in his hand tightened slightly. The latter's originally flushed face became unusually flushed with blood. His pair of eyeballs rolled outwards. At the same time, Xiaoyan took half a step forward. An invisible pressure immediately spread out from his body. The golden-robed man in front of him was the first to bear the brunt of this pressure. He was forced to continuously retreat by this strong pressure. At the same time, the expression on the latter's face was unusually serious. What do you want to do?" The golden-robed man's face was slightly pale as he stared at Xiaoyan. He looked as if he was gnashing his teeth and had completely lost the scholarly attitude from before. "I disdain killing a 2-star Dodi. Since you want to save him, I'll return him to you." Xiaoyan let out a cold cry. The hand that was strangling the golden-robed man suddenly loosened. At the same time, he flipped his hand and slammed his palm on the golden-robed man's chest. Immediately, the latter's body flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he collided with the Formation Master. After finishing off these two people with one blow, Xiaoyan did not bother about them. He took a step forward and walked toward Jinyao City. "Stop. You have injured the Formation Master of Jinyao City. Jinyao City does not welcome you." "What a joke. It's just a city. Do you really think that you have the final say on who can enter or not?" Hearing the orders of the Formation Master, Xiaoyan coldly laughed. He took a big step forward and arrived directly below the main gate. He lifted his foot and walked into the city without stopping. In the next moment, the few surrounding Formation Masters emitted a stern cry in unison. A thought passed through their hearts and powerful spiritual strengths immediately surged out of their bodies. They intertwined with each other and agglomerated into an invisible sharp blade in the empty air that violently fell toward Xiaoyan. "Spiritual strength, huh?" Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the spiritual strength that surged out from the bodies of the few people around him. He immediately let out a cold smile. A thought passed through his mind, and an even more frightening spiritual storm suddenly swept out from between his brows when the sharp spiritual blade was about to land on Xiao Yan's head. Buzz. The invisible spiritual storm was just like a gust of wild wind that instantly forced everyone around back. At the same time, the powerful storm instantly tore apart the spiritual blade that was formed by the combined efforts of a couple of formation masters with an unstoppable force. Chapter 862. The powerful spiritual strength was like an invisible storm that engulfed the city gate. The spiritual blade formed by the combined efforts of the 5 formation masters was like a thin piece of paper under this storm and was instantly torn to shreds. Such a battle result could only be described with the words crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the face of absolute power, numbers could not decide anything. The powerful spiritual storm not only tore the spiritual blade into shreds, but it also forced everyone within 100 feet of Xiao Yan to retreat. This was especially the case for the 5 formation masters who had attacked Xiao Yan earlier. At the same time that the powerful spiritual storm tore apart the sharp spiritual blades, it also heavily smashed into their chests. The bodies of the 5 people immediately appeared to have been struck by lightning as they flew back uncontrollably. After which, they smashed heavily into the wall. When they landed on the ground, everyone's faces had turned pale. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. When they lifted their heads, their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Although the 5 of them were not considered powerful formation masters, they were still rank 2 formation masters. The spiritual strength that the 5 of them had gathered together was unbelievably powerful. However, it was still instantly torn apart by this black-robed young man in front of them. The spiritual strength that this person possessed had actually far surpassed theirs. Hua! At this moment, the faces of the surrounding passers-by also revealed a shocked expression. Originally, they thought that the strength of this black-robed, young man's Do Qi was already sufficient to cause people to feel shocked. However, they did not expect that his spiritual strength was actually this frightening. Just where did this black-robed young man come from? In an instant, the surrounding passers-by began to whisper. Their gazes occasionally glanced at the black-robed young man standing proudly in the middle of the square. Their eyes involuntarily surged with respect. This was respect for the strong. Such a large commotion at the city gate had naturally alarmed the people within Jinyao City. Following which, just as the crowd was making noise, an old man in a golden robe slowly descended from above the city gate. The old man's figure descended and his pair of turbid old eyes swept across the square. After which, his gaze immediately landed on the formation master who had spoken to Xiao Yan earlier. What happened? The old man's tone was slightly heavy as he spoke with some displeasure. Manager Dan, he was the one who attacked first. He injured our people from the Array Master Association. That middle-aged man pointed his finger at Xiao Yan. The moment the words came out of his mouth, he pushed all the blame onto Xiao Yan. As for the surrounding passers-by, they all chose to remain silent. If the person who had come was just an ordinary manager, they might still argue a little for Xiao Yan. However, when they saw that the person who had come was actually this old man, a deep fear involuntarily surged onto the faces of everyone present. Clearly, the position of this old man in everyone's hearts was quite high. As for Xiao Yan, he had completely ignored these words. Dan. The old man in front of him was clearly a member of the Formation Master Association. His heart was naturally on their side. In this kind of situation, regardless of how Xiao Yan tried to explain, the old man would only see him as quibbling. It was completely useless. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's strength, he did not have the slightest fear when facing this old man. A 4-star Do D and a rank 3 formation master. This kind of strength might have quite a high position in Golden Yao City. However, if he wanted to use this to intimidate Xiao Yan, he was thinking too much. Is what he said true? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man's frown deepened. A pair of turbid old eyes instantly looked at Xiao Yan. A sharpness surged into his dark eyes as he asked in a questioning tone. What are you talking about? If you want to accuse me of something, just come at me if you want to attack. Why is there a need to speak so much nonsense? Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a cold tone. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you have injured a formation master in my Golden Yao city, you must return with the old me and settle this matter." Hearing this, a cold expression surfaced on the face of the golden-robed old man. His voice was hoarse as he let out a low cry. Immediately, his body shook and a powerful force immediately spread out from the old man's body. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His shriveled hand curled into a claw and grabbed at Xiao Yan's right shoulder. In response, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was unusually cold. He raised his hand and swung it at the old man's claw that was pouncing at him. The gentle action did not appear to carry the slightest threat. Even the old man involuntarily let out a cold snort of disdain in his heart. Soon after, the hand-claw collided with the back of Xiao Yan's hand, which he had gently swung out. Xiao Yan's body did not move even a little after the attack landed. His raised hand also appeared to have paused in midair. On the other hand, the old man's claw, which was filled with a powerful aura, appeared to have collided with a hard rock at this moment. His entire body involuntarily trembled. Xiao Yan's expression changed. "What? This brat?" The pupils of the old man's shady eyes suddenly shrunk when he sensed the great strength on Xiao Yan's body. Just as he recovered, Xiao Yan's hand suddenly shook with great force. Immediately, a powerful force poured out like floodwater bursting a dam, sending the golden-robed old man flying with one strike. The old man landed in the crowd outside the city. His footsteps staggered on the ground as he withdrew by 1,000 feet. A row of deep gullies were left behind wherever he passed. In the end, the moment the old man raised his eyes, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly flashed. In the next moment, the old man felt a chill on his neck. A man's hand was gently placed on it. In an instant, the old man's heart was in his throat. His old face was as pale as a sheet of paper from fear. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, Xiao Yan's cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. "If you dare to move, I will immediately crush your neck." As he spoke, Xiao Yan's ice-cold hand slightly tightened. The old man's hurried breathing abruptly turned sluggish as his heart immediately filled with fear. At the same time, the surrounding passers-by were shocked once again. They did not expect the black-robed young man to be so powerful. Not only did he easily deal with the 5 second-rank formation masters, but even the old man was not his match. Such strength could truly be considered as terrifying. However, at this moment, just as Xiao Yan's hand was holding the old man in the palm of his hand, 2 figures slowly walked out from the crowd. Their gazes were fixed on Xiao Yan. "Friend, can you let him off on my account?" Chapter 863. 2 human figures slowly stepped forward from the front of the crowd. They walked to an empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. One of them was a young man wearing a white embroidered robe. He cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan and spoke with a smile. As this cold, faint laughter sounded, Xiao Yan's gaze also followed and looked at the young man. The young man was wearing a long white embroidered robe. His face was handsome and he had an imposing appearance. At a glance, one would be able to sense that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. Under Xiao Yan's perception of his aura, the thing that caused him to be shocked was that this man's cultivation was actually a little higher than his. He had already reached the middle level of a 6-star Do-D. This kind of cultivation could be considered the strongest among all the people of the younger generation that Xiao Yan had seen. A nearly 2-meter-tall black-robed old man stood beside this young man. A pair of turbid old eyes had also landed on Xiao Yan's body at the same time that Xiao Yan's gaze was looking at the latter. Hiss! At this instant, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. He had actually sensed an extremely dangerous aura from this old man. This kind of feeling was something that even the leaders of the 4 large sects had never given him. 9-star Do-D. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily changed when he thought of this. An extremely obscure glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a fear involuntarily surged into his heart. Of course, while the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart were changing, his face naturally appeared as calm as before. Hearing the young man's words, Xiao Yan pretended to frown in dissatisfaction. It seemed that he was still unwilling to let the embroidered-robed old man go. My friend, you should know that this is Jingyao City. Everyone in the western region admits that this is the world of formation masters. Almost all the powerful formation masters in the western region are gathered here. You hurt the people of the Formation Masters Association here, so they won't let you go easily. Why don't you hand him over to me and let me solve this problem for you? What do you think? As if he had guessed Xiao Yan's thoughts, the young man's lips parted slightly, revealing a refined smile. At the same time, he stared at Xiao Yan, as if waiting for his answer. Xiao Yan's heart relaxed slightly when he heard this. These words of the young man could be considered to have given Xiao Yan a way out. After all, he did not want to fight with the Formation Masters in Jingyao City, but they were too overbearing, so he decided to teach them a lesson. It had to be said that the young man had appeared at the right time. His words had solved the problem that Xiao Yan was facing. Xiao Yan was naturally happy to do so. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he looked coldly at the golden-robed elder who was being controlled in his palm. The moment the latter came into contact with Xiao Yan's eyes, his entire body involuntarily quivered. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, coldly snorted in disdain. The hand that was grabbing the latter's neck lifted him up and hung him in midair. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan waved his sleeves while everyone was still confused. His wide sleeves heavily smashed into the chest of this old man, sending him flying. He was like a broken sack as he heavily smashed into the ground. In an instant, his entire face turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat, forcefully suppressing the fishy sweet smell. The young man did not reveal a displeased expression when he saw this scene. Instead, he looked at the golden-robed old man and a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Soon after, his gaze turned to Xiao Yan. His face was respectful as he cupped his hands together and laughed softly. Friend, you're really generous. If this matter was done by a reckless person, I'm afraid this guy would not be able to keep his life. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart when he heard these words. He also cupped his hands to the young man. Without saying anything more, he turned around and walked into Jingyao City. Friend, what's the matter? Suddenly, the young man chuckled again, and Xiao Yan frowned slightly, turning his head to look at the latter with flickering eyes. Nothing, I just saw your strength and wanted to get to know you. My surname is Qin, and my name is Yun. Qin Yun. Murmuring in his heart, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he thought in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he looked up at the latter and said calmly, Xiao Yan. Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on Qin Yun's face. He nodded at Xiao Yan, then made an inviting gesture and watched as Xiao Yan slowly walked into the city. A moment after Xiao Yan left, the surrounding passers-by once again began to crowd. The human flow swiftly surged into Jingyao City. Taking advantage of the fact that the few formation masters were injured, they did not even take out the payment for the journey. At this time, the golden-robed elder came in front of Qin Yun with a weak face. He respectfully clasped his hands and said in a humble tone, Young Master Qin, thank you for your help. Young Master Qin, thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my life. It's just a small matter, Manager Dan. You don't have to worry about it. Qin Yun smiled faintly. His amiable appearance caused the gold-robed old man to feel even more respect for him. Immediately, Qin Yun led the black-robed old man, who had been silent all this while, and the two of them walked past this General Manager Dan with one in front and one behind. Damn guy, how dare you hurt me? When I go back and report this to my superiors, I'll make you suffer. Manager Dan cursed hatefully, then turned around and was about to leave. However, the moment he turned around, Qin Yun, who had already moved past him, was standing right in front of him. Immediately, Manager Dan was greatly alarmed. He quickly bowed to the person in front of him and quickly explained, Senior Marshal Brother, I'm sorry. He quickly explained, Young Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. I was scolding that guy, I wanted him to. Enough, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I'll settle this matter for him, meaning that I'll bear all the consequences of this matter. Go back and report this to your superiors. Why, are you planning to let them deal with me? Qin Yun's face darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, because he hid it so well, the person in front of him did not sense it. I don't dare, I just feel that. You don't feel anything. Nothing happened just now. Everything was just your imagination. Go back and do what you should do. You'd better not let me know what you shouldn't do. Qin Yun said indifferently. Then, under Manager Dan's terrified gaze, he turned around again and withdrew his murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared outside Jinyao City. Chapter 864. After entering the city, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and headed straight to the center of Jinyao City. Although there were still more than 2 months before the auction, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for Xiao Yan if he could understand the situation within the auction house. After all, there were many experts in Jinyao City. Even the number of Dodi experts was no less than 10. If he could understand the situation within the auction house, it would be beneficial for Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan passed through the crowded human flow, he was able to see quite a number of golden-robed formation masters along the way. At the same time, there were many shops on both sides of the street that sold formation plates for a living. However, with Xiao Yan's current eyesight, most of the items in these shops were defective goods that could not enter Xiao Yan's eyes. Only the shops in the middle of the city would have true treasures. Of course, Xiao Yan was not interested in array discs. His goal was purely to understand the situation within the city. Following the crowd, Xiao Yan passed through many streets. At the same time, he discovered that the array masters in Jinyao City were frighteningly overbearing. No matter who it was, as long as they were in Jinyao City, they would be inferior to the array masters. Although Jinyao City was large, almost a third of the people here were array masters. Moreover, the closer he got to the center of the city, the clearer Xiao Yan could feel that there were many existences with extremely powerful spiritual strength in the center of the city. Some of them were so powerful that even Xiao Yan could not compare with them. There was no need to think too much about it. Naturally, it was a formation master whose spiritual strength had reached rank 4. Xiao Yan had only met one formation master of that level ever since he had arrived on the Yuanwu continent. That was the chief of the god-refining sect, Qin Zhen. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that within Jinyao City, there was actually a formation master whose spiritual strength was not weaker than Qin Zhen's. Putting it this way, this so-called Formation Master Association was also an extremely strong faction. This point was indeed as Xiao Yan had expected. The western region was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This place was also a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The so-called 4 great sects were merely the forces on the surface in the western region. Those forces that were hidden in the dark were the ones that could be considered truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. Soon after, he recalled Qin Yun whom he had met at the city gate. I'm afraid this Qin Yun doesn't come from any ordinary faction. Xiao Yan secretly sighed in his heart. Subsequently, the gloomy mood in his heart quickly dissipated. Then, a fiery glow gradually emerged in his eyes as he gradually clenched his fists under his sleeves. Although the western region was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers and was abnormally dangerous, this was what Xiao Yan hoped for. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Only by walking with the strong would one be able to become stronger. In Xiao Yan's path to becoming a strong expert, which time did he not exchange blows with the strong? Through the pain of blood and tears, he continued to grow and mature. In the end, he was able to grow into a towering tree. At the same time, on the other side, after entering the city, Qin Yun and the black-robed old man behind him walked towards a less populated alley in the city. Along the way, the black-robed old man, who had been silent, finally opened his mouth at this moment. Young master, that young man called Xiao Yan is not ordinary. A hoarse voice was emitted from the black-robed elder's mouth, causing Qin Yun, who was in front of him, to involuntarily pause his footsteps. He turned his head and revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the former. With a teasing smile, he said, to be able to get Uncle He to say such words, that Xiao Yan is definitely not ordinary. Young master is too kind. The black-robed elder bowed respectfully. Immediately, the two of them continued to walk deeper into the alley. At the same time, the black-robed elder continued to speak. That brat's spiritual strength has already reached rank 3. However, he is not a formation master. Therefore, he is definitely an alchemist. Alchemist. Hearing this, Qin Yun involuntarily frowned. However, he did not say anything more and continued to listen. An alchemist is actually able to raise his alchemy skills to such a level while also raising his dou qi. Such a person is rare on the continent. It can be imagined that if nothing unexpected happens, this person will definitely become a strong person of his generation. How is the strong person that you speak of compared to Tianju? As Qin Yun walked, he softly asked. He is only strong and not weak. The black-robed elder said in a serious tone. Ta. Qin Yun's footsteps paused. He instantly turned around. His pair of eyes were as sharp as swords as they stared at the black-robed elder. Seeing this, the latter's expression suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Qin Yun as his heart trembled. Qin Yun was silent. The two of them stood quietly in this strange posture. Neither of them made the first move. Until over 10 breaths later, ha ha, good. Suddenly, Qin Yun emitted a loud laughter from his mouth. The heart of the person in front of him also suddenly relaxed. Ha, good, very good. Since this is the case, I, Qin Yun, will definitely be friends with him. How can I, Qin Yun, miss out on being able to become a strong person in the future? Yan He, go and tell Qi Ming and Xiao Yan of the Formation Master Association that no one is allowed to move. Whoever moves will die. After his voice sounded, without waiting for Yan He to reply, Qin Yun walked forward with a face full of smiles. Yan He, on the other hand, frowned tightly. He raised his head to look at Qin Yun, who was directly walking away. His old eyes revealed a strange expression. However, in the end, he helplessly shook his head and did not think too much about it. His body turned around and he walked toward the center of the city. In addition, bring that manager Dan back. Just as Yan He turned around, Qin Yun's voice was once again transmitted over. Immediately, the expression in Yan He's eyes suddenly focused. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. This was the Qin Yun that he had truly seen before. After Yan He left into the distance, the smile on Qin Yun's face gradually receded until it disappeared. In the end, it turned into a gloomy coldness. On the other side, Xiao Yan had also followed the flow of people and had already arrived at the center of Jinyao City. It was different from what Xiao Yan had imagined. There were no huge buildings here. Instead, it was a huge plaza. At a glance, there was a huge black stone pillar in the center of the plaza. The stone pillar was nearly 10 feet tall and had a diameter of over 2 meters. There were countless talismans engraved on it. Rays of golden light were emitted from it and gradually spread out. Finally, it condensed into a golden barrier in the sky above Jinyao City. From the looks of it, this formation was not only limited to the talismans on the city walls. The stone pillar in the center of the city was the key to the entire formation. Chapter 865. Standing in the huge square, Xiao Yan stared at the black stone pillar. For a moment he was lost in thought. Suddenly, Xiao Yan regained his senses. His eyes quickly scanned the passers-by around him. His gaze was especially cautious. Xiao Yan once again looked at the stone pillar. His gaze slowly swept over it. Only then did he realize that no one dared to approach the area within 100 feet of the stone pillar. Perhaps it could be said that no one dared to approach it. The area around the stone pillar was like a dangerous place that no one dared to enter. What's going on? Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he sensed this. Just as some doubt arose in Xiao Yan's heart, he saw that a couple of formation masters in the square had actually turned their gazes toward him. Moreover, there was a thread of enmity within their gazes. Slightly shocked, Xiao Yan could not help but take a step forward and walk towards a more crowded area. Only then did he avoid the gazes of those people. Those few people who stared at him earlier were all Tier 3 array masters. Although Xiao Yan had successfully avoided those few people, the black-colored stone pillar caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel even more curious. It seemed that there was something extraordinary about that stone pillar. With the help of his powerful spiritual power, Xiao Yan weaved through the crowd and walked towards the auction house. Along the way there were a few array masters. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but they all gathered around Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan listened to the news that was transmitted from the crowd as he walked in the direction of the auction house. Only then did he understand in his heart that almost everyone in the city already knew that the Fusang flower would appear in this auction. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was a little slow. He had been looking forward to it for so long. Now that he had reached this place, it was actually something that everyone knew. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head and sighed with a smile when he thought of this. Putting it this way, it was likely that the ring was not something special. Instead, it was a card that the auction house used to advertise the auction. The goal was to maximize the benefits of the auction. Although this kind of advertising method caught Xiao Yan off guard, it must be said that it was because of this that the effect was so obvious. Without mentioning anything else, just the name of the Fusang flower was enough to win the attention of most people. There were still 2.5 months before the auction began. However, there were at least 10 elite Daoist in Jingyao City. These people were all here for the Fusang flower. Every time someone mentioned the Fusang flower, most people's faces would be filled with a wild and crazy expression. The latter's name was equally well known even in this barren land of the continent. The auction in Jingyao City this time around would likely attract the attention of many strong people in the western region. After all, the Fusang flower could increase the spiritual strength of a devourer. This kind of effect was not something that could be obtained through training. After a short while, Xiao Yan arrived in front of the auction house. The huge auction house was located at the northeast corner of the square. It occupied a large area and the building was luxurious and magnificent. It was not inferior to the Tianyun auction house in Yen City. When he arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Xiao Yan glanced at the 2 armored soldiers standing there. He was just about to approach when a few golden-robed figures quickly approached him. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Xiao Yan. The matter that had suddenly occurred in front of the auction house caused quite a number of people to throw their gazes over. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded, could not help but frown slightly. He had been focused on the auction house in front of him earlier and did not notice the approach of these few people. Xiao Yan's gaze swiftly swept over the few people around him. Soon after, his gaze was fixed on a young golden-robed man. This person was one of the 5 rank 2 formation masters who had been sent flying by him at the city gate earlier. Seeing this person, Xiao Yan immediately understood the whole story in his heart. From the looks of it, this fellow in front of him should have found someone to take revenge. Looks like there is a little trouble. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His foot, which had originally taken a step forward, once again landed. His body was fixed on the spot. His gaze turned around and once again swept over these few people. There were a total of 7 people. 3 of them were rank 3 formation masters while the remaining 4, including that young man, were rank 2 formation masters. As for their cultivations, other than the 2 3-star Daoist, the rest were all at the level of a 9-star Bandi. Seeing the 4 people around him, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. This Xingyao city was indeed the territory of the formation masters. He did not wish to cause any trouble. However, since the other party insisted on coming to find him, Xiao Yan could use this opportunity to make an example out of them and prevent more trouble. These 7 people who had arrived in a threatening manner also attracted the attention of the surrounding passers-by. Immediately, waves of exclamations were emitted from the surrounding crowd. "Hey, isn't this Lu Meng? This fellow is a 3-star Daoist. I heard that he had successfully entered the ranks of a rank 3 formation master not long ago. Recently, he has been extremely overbearing in this city." That's right. Recently, quite a number of people have suffered at the hands of this fellow, who asked him to be a rank 3 formation master. Even if they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. But what are they doing? Are they going to find trouble with others again? "Che, haven't you heard? Lu Quan was beaten up by someone at the city gate. It seems that the one who beat him up was a black-robed young man. Looking at this brat's appearance, it should be him. This time around he is in trouble." Tisk tsk, Jinyao City is the territory of the Formation Masters. This brat is going to suffer for daring to injure a Formation Master here. Under the pitiful gazes of the surrounding people, the 7 people finally arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Their gazes were filled with hatred as they looked at Xiao Yan. Each of their faces revealed a vicious expression. "Brat, are you the one who injured him earlier?" The leader, a strong golden-robed man, shouted at Xiao Yan in a deep voice. Standing beside him was the rank 2 formation master called Lu Quan by the surrounding passers-by. This person was also the one who had been injured by Xiao Yan earlier. "It's me." Xiao Yan did not even raise his head as he faintly replied. "Brat, you actually dare to snatch a formation master in this Jinyao city. You are really tired of living." Seeing that Xiao Yan actually revealed an indifferent manner, the large man's face immediately revealed a fierce expression. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength immediately surged out. It swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan. Chapter 866. A powerful spiritual strength swarmed out of the large man's body. It swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large hand in the empty space in front of him that grabbed at Xiao Yan. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when faced with the latter's attack. His feet took half a step forward. A thought passed through his mind and the vast and mighty spiritual strength between his brows began to wildly surge out. It formed a spiritual storm that violently collided with the large spiritual hand that was heading toward him. Bang! When the attack landed, an invisible storm swept apart between the two of them. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He frowned and took half a step back. At the same time, the large man's expression was dark and ruthless as he took 5 steps back. The burly man had only broken through to become a rank 3 array master not long ago, while Xiao Yan's soul power had already reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist a few years ago. After a few years of accumulation, Xiao Yan had reached the level of a rank 3 advanced alchemist with just his soul power alone. He was only a short distance away from becoming a rank 4 alchemist. There was simply no comparison between the two. The burly man was already lucky to be able to force Xiao Yan back half a step. Seeing that the large man was actually forced back by Xiao Yan, the faces of the few people around him involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Even the expression on the face of the large man had become solemn. Although the person in front of him looked young, his soul power was far above his. It was no wonder that he could easily break through the joint attack of 5 rank 2 array masters. To be able to possess such tyrannical soul power at such a young age, and to be able to face 7 array masters at the same time without batting an eyelid, and to be so calm and collected. This meant that if this person was not strong, then he most likely had a powerful background behind him. With these thoughts in his mind, the burly man could not help but retract the overflowing killing intent in his heart. He knew that in Jinyao City, although array masters were protected due to the rules here, if they offended a powerful faction, even the higher-ups would not be able to save them. Hence, when facing such a person, he had to first understand his background. "Brat, I Lu Meng, do not kill nameless people. Speak, who are you and where did you come from? Only then will you be worthy of dying in my hands. No need to test me. If you want to kill me, just come. I am alone and have no faction behind me, so you don't have to worry about anyone finding trouble with you if you kill me." Hearing this, Xiao Yan seemed to have seen through the burly man's intention and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The moment Xiao Yan's words sounded, a wave of laughter was immediately emitted from the surrounding passers-by. At the same time, the expressions of the 7 people around Xiao Yan also turned green under this ridicule. The muscles on the corner of their mouths involuntarily twitched intensely. The killing intent in their eyes surged out without the slightest concealment at this moment. Buzz! As the killing intent in his heart surged, Lu Meng's body suddenly moved. Do Qi covered the surface of his body as his body rotated in midair. His right leg swung up and viciously chopped down at Xiao Yan from above. A ferocious wind tore the air apart. The pants on the burly man's right leg stuck tightly to the skin on his leg and became as hard as steel at this moment. Lu Meng's ruthless attitude caused quite a number of people in the surrounding to exclaim in surprise. This fellow was indeed as overbearing as the rumors said. However, in the face of Lu Meng's sharp and overbearing ferocious attack, Xiao Yan was too lazy to even lift his eyes. He slowly lifted his right hand and his sleeves moved with it, gently colliding with Lu Meng's right leg. Immediately, a low and deep sonic boom sounded. Soon after, a wind rippled outwards. Lu Meng's expression also abruptly changed at this moment. His body uncontrollably retreated and his feet staggered for dozens of steps. Turning his head, the burly man immediately shot his gaze toward Xiao Yan. His expression was extremely serious. This fellow is actually also a Daoist. The short collision immediately revealed Xiao Yan's strength. Immediately, the surrounding few formation masters and even more passers-by also threw shocked gazes toward Xiao Yan. There were indeed quite a number of Daoist in the western region. However, it was likely that one would not be able to find a Daoist at such a young age even if one searched the entire western region. Damn it! I was really careless this time around. Not only is this brat's spiritual strength stronger than mine, even his cultivation is above mine. The burly man thought in his heart in fear. Soon after, he turned his head and his gaze landed on the few formation masters around him. Immediately, the corner of the burly man's mouth was lifted into a savage smile. Even if your spiritual strength is stronger than mine, even if you are a Daoist, I don't believe that you alone can fight against 7 of us formation masters. The burly man coldly cried out. His gaze swiftly swept over the few formation masters around him. Seeing this, the 6 of them immediately nodded their heads heavily. They exchanged glances with each other and a thought passed through their minds. Powerful spiritual strengths immediately surged out from the bodies of the 7 people like an erupting volcano. They intertwined with each other and swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large net that surrounded Xiao Yan from top to bottom. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. Although his fighting strength was above theirs, there were after all 3 rank 3 formation masters here. This kind of strength could not be underestimated. However, in order to avoid more trouble, Xiao Yan could only choose to end the battle quickly. The moment he thought of this in his heart, an invisible flame immediately lingered over Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes. The instant Xiao Yan raised his head, a hot flame suddenly surged out from within Xiao Yan's body. It carried an invisible heat wave that spread around Xiao Yan's body. This flame was the Fallen Heart Flame. The Fallen Heart Flame was known as the nemesis of spirits. With the Fallen Heart Flame around, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to swiftly finish off these few fellows with the overbearing Fallen Heart Flame and his own strength, even though there were 3 rank 3 formation masters among the few people in front of him. What is this? One of the 7 formation masters involuntarily let out an exclamation when he sensed the invisible heat wave attacking over. He could only feel that his spirit was trembling intensely from the heat wave. However, just as this frightened thought had just appeared in the hearts of the few of them, Xiao Yan swiftly controlled the Fallen Heart Flame. He clenched his large hand and it transformed into an invisible large fire ruler. The moment the large spiritual net fell, it violently hacked at it. Chapter 867. The invisible flaming ruler was swung from the bottom to the top. The moment the net fell, it collided with it. Chi. The expected violent collision did not occur. Instead, there was a sizzling sound that sounded like ice and fire colliding. At the same time, the space where the two collided suddenly distorted. Following that, with a dull explosion, the space above Xiao Yan's head suddenly exploded. As the dull explosion rang out, Xiao Yan stood where he was without a change in expression. His hand trembled slightly, and the invisible flaming ruler in his hand automatically dispersed. Almost at the same time, the faces of the 7 array masters around him instantly turned deathly pale. Their bodies went limp on the ground uncontrollably, and a heart-wrenching pain came from the depths of their minds. The spiritual strength of the few of them could not even withstand a single blow from the invisible flame. The frightening flame swiftly consumed their souls with absolute strength. If they had not withdrawn their remaining spiritual strength in time, it was likely that their spiritual origins would have been seriously injured in the short few breaths of collision. At that time, even their level as array masters would be lowered. If they were not careful, it might even leave them with irreparable sequelae. Thinking of this, the 7 of them were even more terrified. They looked at the black-robed young man in front of them in horror. Using both their hands and feet, their bodies involuntarily retreated. No matter what, they never thought that with the strength of the 7 of them, it would be difficult to be a match for the person in front of them. Other than this, even those passers-by who were observing from the surroundings could not help but reveal shocked expressions on their faces. Numerous gazes gathered on the black-robed, young man in the arena. In an instant, Xianxia had become the focus of everyone's eyes. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passers-by, Xianxia looked at the burly man with a sharp gaze. In the collision just now, the burly man had invested the most spiritual strength. This caused his spiritual strength to be the most seriously injured among the 7 people. However, this did not affect Xiaoyan's intention to kill him. Sensing the killing intent within Xiaoyan's gaze, the expression on the large man's face, which was filled with fear, involuntarily changed once again. His body forcefully pulled back as he stared at Xiaoyan with a face filled with fear. He hurriedly roared. "What do you want to do? This is Jinyao City, the territory of the Array Master Association. I did not want to cause trouble, but since you insist on causing trouble for me, I will not be polite to you. So what if you are an Array Master? I will kill you." Xiaoyan's face was ice cold. As he spoke, he slowly stepped forward. Seeing that he had already arrived in front of the burly man, he raised his hand and a dense white flame surged out from his palm. It swiftly covered Xiaoyan's entire hand. Seeing this scene, the burly man immediately felt a great fear in his heart. He could no longer care about his spiritual essence. He forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from deep within his spiritual essence and climbed up with great difficulty. He wanted to escape into the crowd. Xiaoyan would naturally not give this fellow the opportunity to flee when he saw that he was about to do so. His 5 fingers were clenched into a fist as he threw a punch at the large man. It was also at this moment that a powerful voice was suddenly transmitted from the entrance of the auction ground. "Little brother, please have mercy." The powerful voice was transmitted over like a muffled thunder. The voice contained a special strength that caused one's spiritual essence to tremble. One could imagine that it was a spiritual Do skill. However, even with the obstruction of the voice, Xiaoyan did not have any intention of stopping. Relying on his own powerful spiritual strength, the latter directly ignored the soul skill. At the same time, the punch that he threw out did not have the slightest pause. The dense white flame fist turned into a ball of fire in the empty space and directly smashed towards the back of the burly man in front of him. Wherever it passed, numerous pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the invisible empty space. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. The person who had spoken earlier was currently charging towards the ball of dense white flame with a gloomy expression, intending to block it. However, no matter how fast that person was, he was still one step behind in the end. When the human figure arrived in front of the ball of fire, the dense white ball of fire coincidentally smashed violently onto the body of the burly man. Immediately, a miserable cry soared into the sky. The dense white flame also rose and was reflected in the eyes of the human figure. For a moment, everyone in the auction house was silent. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they landed on the human figure who had appeared at this moment. Soon after, a wave of surprised gasps sounded. At this moment, the latter was also frowning slightly. His face was helpless as he looked at Xiaoyan. The 2 of them were only a couple of dozen feet apart. Their eyes looked at each other. Xiaoyan's eyes were as calm as water while the latter's eyes carried a helpless expression. The matter had already developed to such an end. What could he do even if he was dissatisfied in his heart? Did he really want to offend an elite Do-D for a dead person? This was clearly not worth it. The human figure's gaze swept over Xiaoyan from head to toe. Immediately, a strange expression involuntarily flashed across his pair of bright eyes. It was not that he had never seen such a young elite Daoist. It was just that he should have more or less heard of such a person in the Western region. However, the person in front of him gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling. This caused him to have no choice but to reconsider the seriousness of this matter. While this human figure was sizing up Xiaoyan, the latter's gaze also swept over the human figure at this moment. At this moment, the person who had appeared in front of Xiaoyan was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a purple round neck robe. He had a square face, a full beard, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He had a heroic aura. This was especially the faint aura that seeped out from his body, causing Xiaoyan to feel solemn. The cultivation of the person in front of him was likely not inferior to the leaders of the 4 large sections. This was also a strong 8-star Daoist. This Jinyao city was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I am Wu Gang, the deputy chairman of this auction house. May I ask for your name? After hesitating for a moment, Wu Gang politely cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan and asked, I am Xiaoyan. Seeing the latter act in this manner, Xiaoyan also cupped his hands together courteously. From the latter's expression, he did not have any intention of pursuing the matter from earlier. This had saved Xiaoyan a lot of trouble. Mister, do you know who he is? Although Wu Gang would not pursue the matter of Lu Meng's death, he could not help but change the topic to this matter. After all, this person had died at the entrance of their auction house. If their auction house did not take any action, it was inevitable that the people from the Formation Master Association would dislike them. Rank 3 Formation Master, a member of the Formation Master Association. Xiaoyan smiled. His smile did not contain the slightest fear. Seeing Xiaoyan reveal such an appearance, Wu Gang could not help but be startled. From the spiritual strength and the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan possessed, Wu Gang could tell that he was an alchemist. However, this was after all Jinyao City, the territory of a formation master. He was actually able to say such words in such a relaxed manner. This really caused one to feel surprised. However, just as Wu Gang was about to open his mouth again, a couple of golden-robed figures swiftly rushed over from the crowd in the distance. Seeing this, the two of them could not help but frown slightly. After which, Wu Gang hurriedly gestured to Xiaoyan to invite him in. Before that group of people arrived, he had already invited Xiaoyan into the auction house. Chapter 868. In the auction house of Jinyao City, Wu Gang was currently leading Xiaoyan into the auction house. President Wu, if you bring me into the auction house, what will happen to the group of people outside? Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was not someone who was afraid of trouble. This matter started because of him. Since the people from the Array Formation Master Association had come looking for him, he should be the one to solve it. Now that he had entered the auction house, what would happen to the people outside? Mister, don't worry. Although that group of people is overbearing, they are just a few small fries. They will not do anything. Our auction house people will naturally send them away. Wu Gang laughed heartily and replied to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan finally felt at ease when he heard this. He cupped his hands toward Wu Gang in front of him and said with a face that carried gratitude. Since that is the case, thank you, President Wu. It's no problem. It's just a small matter. Wu Gang laughed softly, after which he did not say anything else. He led Xiaoyan as his heavy footsteps landed on the ground, emitting a clear sound of footsteps. The two of them unhurriedly walked toward the deepest part of the auction ground. The two of them walked forward. Xiaoyan's gaze looked all around him. The surrounding space was completely dark, causing one to be unable to clearly see just what was there. Therefore, the two of them had only taken a few steps when 2 night pearls were embedded in the pillars on both sides. They emitted a gentle white light and lit up the tunnel. Xiaoyan's eyes swept across the dark space on both sides and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The darkness did not seem to be caused by the dim light. It was man-made. The interior of the auction house was extremely large. When one raised one's eyes and looked all around, there were pillars that reached all the way to the dome, supporting the entire auction house. Xiaoyan could barely see a couple of rays of sunlight in the distance of his sight. There was also darkness. The strange thing was that the darkness appeared to be slowly wiggling. Xiao Yan only realized that it was merely a black curtain when he carefully looked at it. The open-air auction hall seemed to be shrouded by a huge curtain, and the curtain would not be opened easily until the auction had started. Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the front as he looked at a short distance ahead. Between the pillars, there was a crisscrossing corridor. Every so often, there would be a crossroad. The entire corridor was circular in shape and led straight into the darkness. From afar, it seemed to form an arc. From Xiao Yan's point of view, the interior of this auction ground should be similar to most auction grounds. It was circular in shape. Those winding corridors were also built around the auction ground in the middle. Naturally, only the people in the auction ground were aware of their use. That's right. I saw Mr. standing in front of the auction house earlier. I think you should be here for our auction house. Since that's the case, if Mr. has any questions, feel free to ask. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. While the two of them were silent, Wu Gang suddenly laughed loudly. It was as if he was deliberately trying to break the silence. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He pondered in his heart and said, "In fact, I came to the auction house this time because I hoped to know about the auction 2 months later. Mister, you want to ask about Fusang flower, right?" The corner of Wu Gang's mouth parted and revealed a crafty smile. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was non-committal as he shrugged his shoulders. There was no need for him to say more about this reason. It was likely that there were quite a number of people who had recently inquired about this matter. It seems that Mr. Xiao Yan should also get that ring. Wu Gang smiled, and there was a flash of light deep in his eyes. Being able to get that ring meant that either the person in front of him had a great background, or he was a powerful person. But no matter which one it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their auction house. The reason why they put the information about Fusang flower into those rings and spread it out was to let those who were really powerful compete with each other. Take the essence and discard the dregs. In this way, the people who could obtain those rings in the end would not dare to say that all of them would, but at least most of them would be people with tyrannical backgrounds. When the time came, with these people participating in the auction, there was no doubt that the value of the items in the auction would be displayed to the greatest extent. Of course, the profit from this would be an extremely huge number. Don't worry, sir. Since we've cast such a big net, the news of Fusang flower can't be wrong. After all, we've done a lot of publicity for this auction. Many people in the western region have been attracted. Even if this is Jinyao City, no one would dare to make such a big joke. That's right. I certainly believe that, but the only thing I'm curious about is, are you really sure that the flower is Fusang flower? Xiao Yan stopped and frowned as he looked at Wu Gang in front of him. Ever since he came to Jinyao City, he had dispelled all his doubts about the authenticity of the Fusang flower. But now, the only thing that made him suspicious was that this Fusang flower was really the Fusang ancient spiritual tree's growth. Was that the Fusang flower? After all, according to Xiao Yan's knowledge, Fusang flowers usually had 5 petals. He had never heard of a Fusang flower with 6 petals. From this point alone, it was enough to make people doubt the authenticity of this Fusang flower. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, even with Wu Gang's temperament, he couldn't help but hesitate. Regarding this question, it seemed that no one had asked him about it recently, and this was exactly what he suspected. According to his knowledge, a 6-petal Fusang flower had never appeared in the entire history of the continent. It was precisely because of this that the owner of the Fusang flower would auction it. Otherwise, who would be willing to auction a Fusang flower that grew from the Fusang ancient spiritual tree? Mr. Xiao Yan, I will not hide it from you. The question that you have raised is also what we have suspected. The Fusang flower is after all a unique flower species in this world. The value of this thing is really immeasurable. However, according to historical records, a 6-petal Fusang flower has never appeared on the continent. Although this is the case, according to the joint examination of our many appraisal grandmasters, this Fusang flower is indeed a Fusang flower that grew from the Fusang ancient spiritual tree. Wu Gang furrowed his brows tightly. Even though he had mentioned that many masters had come together to appraise it, in the end, even he did not dare to believe it in his heart. However, an invisible storm had been stirred up because of the hibiscus flower. It was slowly taking shape in the western wastelands region. Hence, who would care whether the hibiscus flower had 6 petals or not? Xiao Yan knit his brows and fell into deep thought when he heard Wu Gang's words. He was silent for a long time. From Wu Gang's words, he could tell that the former was not lying. Even they themselves doubted the authenticity of the Fusang flower. However, the auction was getting closer and closer. Everything had already reached an irreversible situation. Therefore, no matter whether the Fusang flower was real or fake, they could only follow the development of the situation and take one step at a time. Chapter 869. When Xiao Yan left the auction house, the sky had completely darkened. As night fell, the golden light that shrouded the entire Jinyao city was hidden in the darkness. Although it was already nighttime, Jinyao city was still bustling with activity. The entire city was brightly lit, and although the bustling noises were much lower, it still couldn't cover the lively atmosphere. After chatting for an entire afternoon, the relationship between Xiao Yan and Wu Gang had become much closer. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also learned quite a lot of things related to Jinyao city from Wu Gang. Before Xiao Yan left, Wu Gang had also helped Xiao Yan choose a place to stay. It was located behind the auction house. There was an exclusive pavilion there that had been built by the auction house. Its purpose was to receive some of the more important guests. At the beginning, Xiao Yan declined several times. However, Wu Gang said that Xiao Yan had become a thorn in the side of some people in the Array Master Association. If he went out, he would definitely attract trouble again. With these words and Wu Gang's sincere invitation, Xiao Yan agreed. Xiao Yan stood in the night sky after exiting the auction house. At this place, he was able to clearly sense the pressure that the formation above his head brought. Even he felt a little terrified in his heart when faced with that thing. This array was definitely not comparable to an ordinary rank 3 or rank 4 array. It was likely that this thing was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was really hard to imagine that there would be such a huge array in the western region. The strength of the person who could engrave such an array was probably extraordinary. After exclaiming a little in his heart, Xiao Yan returned to the front of the pavilion. He arrived in the air above the pavilion that he was staying in and stood on it. However, he did not enter. Instead, his expression was solemn as he carefully thought about something in his heart. From the conversation with Wu Gang in the afternoon, Xiao Yan knew that this auction had attracted many powerful forces in the western region. Without exception, these forces were all here for the Fusang flower. Although Xiao Yan was still unable to completely confirm the authenticity of the hibiscus flower, based on what Xiao Yan currently knew and the image that he had seen within the ring, it was very likely that this hibiscus flower was the real one. Hence, without considering its authenticity, just the fact that this flower was able to cause so many large factions to change their expressions meant that Xiao Yan needed to fight for it. However, it was also because the auction this time around was unprecedentedly grand that Xiao Yan had no choice but to give it a try in order to be able to take out a truly powerful auction item. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual power, he had already reached the peak of a rank 3 alchemist. He was even stronger than an ordinary rank 3 advanced alchemist. According to the spiritual power of the consolidation stage, Xiao Yan's spiritual power had already entered the intermediate consolidation stage. He was only a step away from the advanced consolidation stage. However, it was this step that caused Xiao Yan to be unable to refine a rank 4 elixir. This was also the biggest obstacle that Xiao Yan was facing now. In an auction of this level, unless one took out a tier 4 medicinal pill, it would be very difficult to obtain the hibiscus flower in the final auction. However, with the medicinal pill storage within Xiao Yan's storage ring, it was not that he did not have tier 4 medicinal pills. However, he only had a couple of them. Moreover, most of the medicinal pills were used to treat injuries. Hence, he needed to take out a medicinal pill that was truly powerful to obtain the hibiscus flower. For this reason, Xiao Yan rummaged in his storage ring for a long time. Finally, he took out a simple elixir formula. This was a rank 4 elixir formula called the Spirit Awakening Elixir. This elixir could not heal one's injuries, nor could it increase one's cultivation. However, it had an effect that no other elixir could match. The Spirit Awakening Elixir could expel the impurities in a cultivator's body. The path of cultivation was extremely long. If one wanted to become a truly powerful person, it would take a lot of time. If it was short, it would take tens of years. If it was long, it would take hundreds of years. In order to reduce the time needed for cultivation, those miraculous elixirs that could increase one's cultivation had undoubtedly become something that everyone yearned for in their hearts. After all, just one elixir alone could reduce tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Who would not be envious of such a good thing? Therefore, a large number of elixirs that could be used to increase one's cultivation were born from this. However, elixirs were after all external objects. This was admittedly a shortcut, but after the elixir was consumed, even if it was completely refined, the original medicinal strength of the elixir would still more or less remain in one's body. If one consumed the elixir for a long time, the medicinal strength would continue to accumulate within the cultivator's body, becoming a hidden danger that was difficult to remove. Once the medicinal strength accumulated too much, it would at least affect one's cultivation and at worst destroy one's future, turning everything into nothing in an instant. Therefore, once an elixir like the Spirit Awakening Elixir appeared on the market, it would definitely cause quite a big commotion. This was especially true for the Spirit Awakening Elixir. As a rank 4 elixir, the medicinal strength it contained was enough to help a Daoist get rid of the impure medicinal strength within his body. Therefore, once the Spirit Awakening Elixir was successfully refined, Xiao Yan believed that it would definitely become a dark horse in this auction. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's calm face. His heart also held a longing feeling. After recovering, Xiao Yan recalled that with his ability as a rank 3 alchemist, it seemed that he was still unable to refine a rank 4 elixir. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan could not help but quietly smile bitterly. However, soon after, the corner of his mouth parted to form an arc. Although he was not a rank 4 alchemist, the fortunate thing was that in the hands of an alchemist, he seemed to be able to refine some strange medicinal pills. For example, the Rising Spirit Pill. The Rising Spirit Pill was a rank 4 elixir. It was able to raise a person's spiritual strength by a large amount for a period of time after consuming it. Originally, Xiao Yan did not have such a thing. However, this time around, he had coincidentally obtained one from the storage rings of the 7 people. Looking at Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, if he were to consume the Rising Spirit Pill, his spiritual strength would greatly increase. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, it was likely that he would at least be comparable to a rank 4 middle-level alchemist. The Spirit Awakening Elixir was merely a rank 4 initial-level elixir. Therefore, with the support of the Rising Spirit Pill, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would be sufficient to support him in refining the Spirit Awakening Elixir. At that time, Xiao Yan would have enough confidence to compete with the various factions at the auction. As for now, Xiao Yan planned to raise his body's condition to its peak. This way, even the success rate of refining the Spirit Awakening Elixir would increase by quite a bit. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan did not hesitate any longer. Crossing his legs, he sat on the roof of the building. As Xiao Yan closed his eyes, the flame art chi method within his body also quietly began to circulate at this moment. Chapter 870. In the night sky, Xiao Yan's body sat cross-legged without moving, much like an old monk meditating. As Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in this manner, the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Soon after, a special suction force gradually surged out from the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. Waves of mottled natural energy appeared to be attracted by something as they gathered toward Xiao Yan. Under this kind of slow training, the aura within Xiao Yan's body was also slowly rising at a speed that was nearly undetectable. This was because the Dou Qi that he had exhausted during the fight with those few people during the day was swiftly recovering in the night. In less than 2 hours, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Xiao Yan's heart was completely calm without any ripples. His breathing had become slow and orderly. Gradually, the circulating flame mantra chi method within his body also gradually stopped. His condition had completely recovered to its peak. Under this kind of condition, Even a 7-star Do-D would not be able to easily injure Xiao Yan. Hoo! In the dark night, Xiao Yan appeared to have felt the wind blowing toward him. The wind was filled with a dark aura and was extremely cold. When it brushed past Xiao Yan's body, it was as light as a thread of gauze. At the same time, it was also like a thin blade that violently cut across Xiao Yan's entire body. Hiss! Although he was clearly not injured, Xiao Yan appeared to have suffered some kind of torture. His heart suddenly tightened and the muscles all over his body involuntarily tensed up. It was as though he wanted to resist this cold wind. However, his tightly shut eyes still did not open. His face was also expressionless. All the pain was actually just the feeling in the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have entered a special state. Hoo! In the dark night, the storm seemed to have become even more violent. The whistling sound of the wind sounded beside Xiao Yan's ears, but it was as sharp as the screams of ghosts. Invisible wind blades mercilessly cut across Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his teeth in his heart as he endured the pain that he should not have felt. What was going on? How could a mere chilly wind cause him such pain? Why? Xiao Yan was extremely puzzled. This was the weakest energy in the world. How could it hurt him? Gusts of chilly wind reverberated endlessly in Xiao Yan's heart, fiercely slamming into his defenseless soul. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt that all his defenses were futile. Xiao Yan desperately tried to resist the cold wind, but in the end, all he got was a merciless whipping. Xiao Yan felt heart-wrenching pain all over his body. At a certain point, Xiao Yan no longer had the strength to resist. He could only run with the wind in an attempt to reduce the damage that the cold wind brought to him. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Yan turned and ran in the direction of the chilly wind, Xiao Yan only felt that his speed had increased a lot in an instant. His steps were like a ghost. When he turned his head to look, the chilly wind seemed to have condensed into a substance, like a black wave, chasing after Xiao Yan. Aware of this, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. He hurriedly ran away. His heart was filled with fear. He seemed to have never encountered such a situation. Was this the power of this world? In front of it, the so-called human power, fighting spirit, and soul were nothing. After all, even human beings were just a speck of dust in this world. Xiao Yan ran forward frantically. The faster his feet moved, the stronger the chilly wind behind him. The latter seemed to always tacitly keep a certain distance from Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan was slow, the latter was slow. When Xiao Yan was fast, the latter was fast too. In this way, rather than saying that the chilly wind was chasing after Xiao Yan, it would be better to say that the chilly wind was following Xiao Yan's footsteps. Buzz! Suddenly, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were wide as he stared at the empty pitch-black night sky in front of him. Immediately after, the chilly wind blew past Xiao Yan's body. This time, Xiao Yan did not feel any pain. On the contrary, he seemed to have faintly sensed something. The moment the chilly wind blew past Xiao Yan's body, there seemed to be an inexplicable power in the wind that brushed past Xiao Yan's body. That power existed for an extremely short period of time, causing Xiao Yan to be unable to capture it. That is, Xiao Yan's heart froze for a moment. Although that power seemed ethereal, he believed that it was not impossible to capture it. He only needed to grasp the right timing. Moreover, the feeling that the power gave Xiao Yan was extremely similar to the invisible power that Xiao Yan had felt before. He did not know if Xiao Yan would be able to release such a ferocious power if he was able to capture this aura. If he could control the power of the world, it would undoubtedly cause Xiao Yan's overall fighting strength to greatly increase. Immediately after, another chilly wind blew past. Xiao Yan held his breath and concentrated, using his mind to feel the energy contained within the chilly wind. The energy only existed for a short moment. If he wanted to capture it, Xiao Yan had to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. If he could capture one of the three, it would not be difficult to use it to increase his strength. Huff, 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 huff. Xiao Yan seemed to have underestimated the difficulty involved in this. Although he could feel the strange power contained within the chilly wind every time, the time that power appeared was extremely short. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, every time he made a move, there was still a huge difference in the time it took. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yan had already made a move over 100 times. However, every time, he returned empty-handed. That power seemed to be alive. No matter how Xiao Yan grasped the time in his heart, every time Xiao Yan was about to successfully capture it, it would always use an extremely ingenious method to escape from Xiao Yan's fingertips. Damn it. What the hell is going on? I have clearly calculated every time to make a move. I can clearly catch it, but why is it that every time, wait, he calculated the time? Just as Xiao Yan was feeling disappointed over the hundreds of failures in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that just now, in that strange state, he and the chilly wind behind him maintained the appearance of advancing and retreating together. When Xiao Yan advanced, the chilly wind advanced. When Xiao Yan retreated, the chilly wind also retreated. In other words, the key to whether or not he could catch that wisp of energy did not depend on whether Xiao Yan made a move or not, but on the thoughts in his heart. As long as Xiao Yan's heart was free of distractions, that wisp of energy would naturally stay in front of Xiao Yan. With such thoughts in his heart, Xiao Yan boldly made an attempt. Huff! The chilly wind blew. This time, Xiao Yan completely relaxed his mind and threw all the thoughts in his heart to the back of his mind. The bottom of his heart was calm, like a deep pool, calm and deep, without any waves. The chilly wind blew past. Xiao Yan extended his hand to grab it. He did not deliberately feel the existence of that energy, leaving behind a blank space in his palm. It was as if that energy had really been absorbed into Xiao Yan's palm. Immediately, the instant Xiao Yan's 5 fingers closed, Xiao Yan's heart moved, and his tightly clenched palms suddenly trembled. After which, Xiao Yan clearly felt a formless energy suddenly surge into his body. Success. Chapter 871. It's a success. The moment that thread of strength surged into his body, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily let out an exclamation. A fiery hot emotion that he could not suppress surged out of his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the turbulent spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged into his body. It moved along his chi paths and swiftly entered his right arm. In the blink of an eye, it had surrounded that energy. Xiao Yan's mind looked into his body and carefully observed. At this moment, the strange energy was trapped in Xiao Yan's elbow under the encirclement of soul power. From Xiao Yan's current state, the energy was like an invisible airflow. It curled into a ball under the encirclement of soul power and existed in the meridians between the bones. Looking from the outside, Xiao Yan's right arm was swollen high, as if something was blocking it. However, fortunately, Xiao Yan did not feel any pain because of this. At this moment, although the energy existed in Xiao Yan's body, it did not bring any pain to the latter. Instead, it made Xiao Yan pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Xiao Yan was imagining if he could devour this strange energy, would his fighting strength increase? With this question in his heart, Xiao Yan's mind moved. The invisible soul power transformed into his own appearance. Under the control of his mind, he slowly approached the airflow. Fortunately, when Xiao Yan came in front of the airflow, the latter did not cause any reaction. It was as if the airflow could be directly devoured by Xiao Yan. When he came in front of the airflow, Xiao Yan did not know where to start. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. At the same time, Xiao Yan could clearly see that the airflow in front of him seemed to have begun to flow violently the moment his emotions fluctuated. Noticing this, Xiao Yan was stunned. His eyes flickered and he quickly took 2 steps back. As the emotions in his heart relaxed, the airflow in front of him calmed down again. Seeing this, Xiao Yan seemed to have understood something. This ball of energy was the same as when Xiao Yan had captured it. Its reaction all came from Xiao Yan's inner emotions. As long as Xiao Yan's heart was calm, this ball of energy should not show any signs of rebellion. Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a joyous smile after having thought this through in his heart. In this way, it would be extremely easy to swallow this cluster of energy. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan gradually relaxed his entire body. His breathing became even and smooth, and his heart gradually calmed down. Just a moment ago, he had been ecstatic because he had absorbed the energy into his body. Now, with his orderly breathing, Xiao Yan's breathing became long and steady. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan's breathing had completely stabilized. His heart was calm without any ripples, and all distracting thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind by Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan's gaze once again land on the ball of invisible airflow in front of him. As Xiao Yan's emotions became calm, the ball of airflow in front of him also became as calm as the surface of a lake, without any ripples. The illusionary palm slowly opened. With a puff sound, a thick white flame rose. The flame spread. The frighteningly high temperature finally caused the ball of invisible airflow to become slightly distorted. Xiao Yan's heart was calm. The flame spread and completely wrapped around the ball of invisible airflow. Dou Qi was poured in, the flame rose, and the refinement began. With regards to this kind of unknown energy, forget about Xiao Yan, it was likely that no one would dare to easily devour it. Hence, to be safe, Xiao Yan could only completely refine it. Only then would he be able to truly feel at ease. The invisible airflow continued to distort intensely under the wrapping of the flame. Occasionally, a slight chi-chi sound would be emitted from it. One could clearly see threads of white fog being emitted from it, after which, it would be turned into nothingness under the refinement of the bone-chilling flame. The refinement process continued for an entire hour. In the end, the ball of invisible airflow became as clear as water. It was as though nothing existed in the middle of the refinement of the heavenly flame. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan scatter the flame. His spiritual strength continued to wrap around the ball of invisible airflow. He carefully probed this ball of strange airflow that seemed to have nothing. Finally, he made a decision in his heart. The instant Xiao Yan withdrew his spiritual strength, the invisible airflow immediately began to swiftly circulate. It was as though it was being pulled by something. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the various chi paths in Xiao Yan's body and arrived at the vortex. Under Xiao Yan's stunned gaze, it emitted a swoosh sound and disappeared into the vortex space. Why is this thing? In an instant, Xiao Yan's heart was greatly alarmed. The vortex space was the foundation of his cultivation. Once the vortex space was destroyed, his cultivation would definitely be greatly affected. However, after Xiao Yan had poured his spiritual strength into the vortex space, no matter how crazily Xiao Yan searched, he could no longer sense the airflow. Immediately after, just as Xiao Yan's emotions were undergoing a drastic change, the full sea of Dou Qi within the vortex space suddenly began to churn. The turbulent Dou Qi flowed wildly. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, it actually turned into a huge vortex. The majestic Dou Qi was no longer under Xiao Yan's control. Wave after wave of Dou Qi gathered at the deepest part of the vortex as though it was being pulled by some kind of force. At the same time, a familiar aura was transmitted from the bottom of the vortex. Moreover, that aura was still crazily rising at an extremely fast speed. This was the invisible airflow. That airflow was actually swallowing the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's vortex space. This kind of helpless situation caused Xiao Yan's heart to be greatly shocked. This was the first time that he had felt so powerless in the face of danger. Xiao Yan could only watch as the Dou Qi within his vortex space was invisibly being sucked away. However, he was unable to do anything. At this very moment, Xiao Yan only felt that he had made a huge mistake. He should not have easily tried this kind of unknown force. He also did not expect that the result would actually cause him to walk to the edge of destruction. In just a short moment, the Dou Qi within the vortex space was completely swallowed by the invisible airflow. At the same time, the volume of the airflow had already expanded to the point where it could fill the entire vortex space. Moreover, this airflow seemed to be gradually expanding. At the same time, the vortex space also expanded along with it, appearing as though it was about to explode. Under the situation where there was no support from Dou Qi, the vortex exploding would create an irreversible situation for Xiao Yan. At that time, the cultivation that he had painstakingly obtained would also be completely gone. Is it over like this? Chapter 872. Is it over just like this? Xiao Yan lowered his head in disappointment and muttered with a strong unwillingness. He was just like a flower that was about to wither. Even though Xiao Yan had always been filled with confidence and had an uncompromising attitude toward everything, the situation would often take a 180-degree turn when he was in a hopeless situation. However, this was usually under the premise that there was someone helping him. This time, however, it was different. There was no help and there was no way to retaliate. Xiao Yan even felt that he was unable to control his breathing. It was as though this body no longer belonged to him. The swollen qi continued to swell and the vortex space expanded along with it. If it was any other time, Xiao Yan's heart would definitely be filled with joy when he saw the vortex space expand. He could not wait for the vortex space to expand a few more times. The expansion of the vortex space meant that the amount of dou qi that Xiao Yan could absorb would also increase. Naturally, his own fighting strength would also be able to obtain a qualitative increase. However, according to usual practice, this kind of expansion would only have an obvious increase when one's training was about to break through. During normal times, this kind of expansion was basically impossible. However, at this moment, although the vortex space was continuously expanding, Xiao Yan did not feel even the slightest bit of joy in his heart. Without the support of dou qi, once the vortex space exploded, it would only cause all of Xiao Yan's cultivation to be destroyed and he would instantly become a cripple. At that time, forget about reviving Xiao Xian, it would be difficult for him to even walk out of Jinyao City alive. Could it be that today was the day that he, Xiao Yan, would die? Xiao Yan's heart was filled with fear when he thought of this. He had never imagined that he would actually die in his own hands in the end. It was likely that even the people from the 4 large sects had never expected this. A desolate feeling involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. Once his dou qi was destroyed, even if he relied on his spiritual strength, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to stand out. From the looks of it, his trip to the Yuanwu continent would end today? Even though he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, it seemed that this was the truth. He hadn't even seen the splendid scenery of this continent, hadn't even competed with other heroes, hadn't even experienced a hearty battle, and everything had ended just like that? Gotcha. In the next moment, within Xiao Yan's body, within the vortex space, there was a crisp sound of an explosion. Xiao Yan didn't even need to look to know that this was the vortex space. As the airflow continued to expand, it finally couldn't withstand it and exploded with a bang. Ancestor Xiao Yan, your grandson Xiao Yan is unfilial. Please forgive me. Within the cyclone space, Xiao Yan's virtual shadow closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Tears of unwillingness appeared in the corners of his eyes. Everything came to an end, bang. Soon after, a frightening dou qi wave violently washed over Xiao Yan's invisible body like a yellow river bursting its banks. In an instant, it filled the cyclone space. At this moment, looking at it, not only did the cyclone space not break apart as Xiao Yan had expected, it had instead succeeded in expanding by quite a lot. From the looks of it at this moment, the size of this cyclone space was not inferior to the cyclone space of a 6-star dou di. In other words, with the thickness of Xiao Yan's dou qi, the heavenly flame, the various tactics, and this greatly expanded cyclone space, it was likely that Xiao Yan's current ordinary fighting strength would not be inferior to an ordinary 6-star dou di. Once they were to truly fight and use all of their strength, it was likely that Xiao Yan's fighting strength would once again need to be re-evaluated. Crack! The instant this dou qi wave swept over, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. His gaze was surprised as he looked at everything that had appeared in front of him. His heart was stunned. However, it was also at this moment that there seemed to be an unknown barrier deep within Xiao Yan's body that suddenly shattered at this moment. Looking from the outside world, Xiao Yan's figure was seated cross-legged in the night sky. The instant that clear cracking sound appeared within his body, a violent wild wind blew across the sky without any warning. The whistling hurricane agglomerated into an enormous tornado in the night sky. With Xiao Yan at the middle, it swiftly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area of the sky. At this moment, even the enormous formation in the sky was affected by this hurricane. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A couple of human figures were seated cross-legged within a certain brightly lit large hall in Jingyao City in the night sky. In front of the few of them was a thick, dark black stone pillar. This stone pillar was the stone pillar that Xiao Yan had seen in the middle of the square during the day. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed on the originally calm stone pillar. Immediately, the tightly shut eyes of the three human figures seated cross-legged in front of the stone pillar in the large hall suddenly opened. Three pairs of turbid old eyes instantly looked at the stone pillar in front of them. However, the instant their gazes landed on the stone pillar, the originally bright golden light swiftly dimmed. Seeing this scene, the three of them exchanged glances with each other. Each of them frowned and involuntarily let out a cold snort in their hearts. It's fine. It should be someone who has unintentionally touched it. Seeing that the golden light had only lasted for an instant before disappearing, an old man wearing a brocade robe among the three of them frowned slightly. His tone was somewhat low and deep as he spoke. Damn it. If this old man sees someone who touches the boundary next time, this old man will definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Old Hua, I think you should restrain your temper. Today, that family's young master has already arrived in the city. If you still dare to act like this after seeing him, it will not be a joke. Chi Ming, take care of yourself. I naturally know how to deal with that brat. Upon hearing the words of the person beside him, an old man wearing a golden robe in the hall immediately shouted coldly. However, the person who was shouted at had an indifferent expression. Clearly, he was already used to the latter's bad temper. Soon after, the large hall once again became quiet. At the same time, Xiao Yan was sitting cross-legged within a soul-stirring storm in the empty space of the outside world. It was as though everything that happened in this world had nothing to do with him. In the night sky, as the hurricane became increasingly violent, the empty space suddenly shattered and turned into an endless void. Soon after, threads of pitch-black energy light spots seemed to be attracted by some kind of power as they surged out from the endless void. They gradually merged together and swiftly gathered between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. The instant they came into contact with the latter's eyebrows, they were instantly absorbed. A long while later, when the storm scattered, everything within Xiao Yan's body also returned to calmness. By the time Xiao Yan awoke from his stunned state, a white color had already appeared on the distant sky. Unknowingly, a night's time had passed. Chapter 873. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, there was already a whiff of white in the distant horizon. Raising his head to look at the sky, the stars in the night sky had already disappeared. There was only a crescent moon that was about to disappear in the distant western horizon. The night had passed and a new day had arrived. This also meant that Xiao Yan was one day closer to the start of the auction. There was not much time left for him to refine the spirit awakening pill. Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath when he thought of this, after which, his gaze turned and landed on himself. A bright color involuntarily flashed across his dark black eyes. Although he still did not know what was going on with that stream of air, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the vortex space in his body had expanded by quite a bit. This expansion was not an illusion that Xiao Yan had sensed. It was real. Xiao Yan carefully inspected every corner of his body with his mind. He realized that after the explosion of the flowing wind, it seemed to have disappeared from his body. No matter how he searched, he was unable to find even the slightest trace of it. Was it really like this? Xiao Yan clearly remembered that not long after the first sound of something exploding rang out, there was clearly another sound. That sound came from within his body and he could hear it clearly. However, now, he could not find any trace of it. This made Xiao Yan feel extremely puzzled. After searching for a long time without any results, Xiao Yan could only temporarily stop searching. He withdrew his spiritual energy and opened his eyes once again. He stood up from the top of the building and was about to fly down. However, in the next instant, just as Xiao Yan's feet moved and displayed the sky extinction steps, a gale suddenly descended from the empty space around Xiao Yan. His body instantly landed on the ground. Xiao Yan immediately felt all the hairs on his body stand. The moment he landed, an uncontrollable dizziness appeared in his mind. His legs swayed a few times and he sat down on the ground. The sudden display of astonishing speed caused Xiao Yan to be unable to react. It was a good while later that Xiao Yan gradually recovered from his shock. The dizziness in his mind gradually faded away. After a rough pondering in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly seemed to have discovered something. An ecstatic smile immediately surfaced on his panicked face. His gaze continuously swept across his feet and felt the flow of air around him. The joy in his heart was difficult to control. This is the sky extinction steps. Have I finally broken through again? The ecstasy in his heart caused Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily tremble. Finally, the sky extinction steps, which had not improved for a long time, had finally broken through again. Back when he was in the southern region, the sky extinction steps had already broken through to the advanced wind-stirring stage. However, after coming to the western region, the sky extinction steps did not improve for a long time. Today, however, after last night's training, he did not know whether it was a coincidence or the effect of the flowing wind, but the sky extinction steps had finally broken through the threshold of the advanced wind-stirring stage. Now, the sky extinction steps could be considered to have officially stepped into the Ling Yun Great Realm. The Ling Yun Great Realm. This was something that even the ancestor of the Lu clan, Lu Feng, had not been able to achieve. Of course, it could also be due to the factor of his strength. However, at the very least, the sky extinction steps, which had been gloomy for a while, was now finally able to shine in Xiao Yan's hands. Ling Yun Great Realm. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. The ecstasy in his heart could not be described with words. According to the description of the sky extinction steps, when the sky extinction steps was successfully practiced to the Ling Yun Great Realm, not only would one's speed be raised to a shocking degree, but at the same time, the Ling Yun Great Realm would also bring about an increase in all aspects of the practitioner. On this point, regardless of whether it was the circulation of dou qi, the speed of one's attacks, or other aspects, they would all be greatly raised. In this way, in addition to the fact that Xiao Yan's vortex space had been greatly expanded, his fighting strength would definitely be raised to another level. The increase in speed in all aspects, in addition to the frightening fighting strength that Xiao Yan originally possessed, at this moment, Xiao Yan no longer had any fear of a 7-star dou di. If he were to meet anyone from the 4 large sects the next time, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to kill them in a one-on-one fight. As for a 9-star dou di, Xiao Yan did not know how strong they were for the time being. However, the current sky extinction steps had already broken through to the Ling Yun Great Realm. Even if he were to face a 9-star dou di, regardless of whether he would have the ability to fight, at the very least, he would not be afraid of him. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately felt an even greater joy in his heart. At the same time, he was also surprised by the lucky encounter last night. He did not expect that not only was this lucky encounter filled with twists and turns, the benefits that he had obtained from it caused him to be so excited. From the looks of it now, he did not know what kind of interesting expression the leaders of the 4 large sects would have on their faces when they met him again a couple of months later. Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Immediately, he withdrew his thoughts. His gaze turned around, only to see that the sun was slowly rising in the eastern sky. Jinyao City, which had been quiet for an entire night, had once again recovered its bustling like yesterday. Moreover, with the approach of the auction, the current Jinyao City would only become more and more bustling by the day. He did not know just what kind of shocking scene would appear in the city on the day of the auction. Of course, regardless of what the situation in the city was like, at the very least, Xiao Yan's thoughts were focused on preparing to refine the awakening pill. Although Xiao Yan had experienced a bumpy journey during the night's training, the final result was delightful. Moreover, even Xiao Yan's current condition was better than before. There was naturally no need to explain the reason behind this. Now, it was time for Xiao Yan to prepare to refine the awakening pill. The pavilion in front of him was not small. It was a full 5 stories tall. Moreover, this was the residence of Xiao Yan alone. It must be said that this auction house was really generous. After entering the dormitory, Xiao Yan casually closed the door and used his spiritual strength to cover the entire room. Only then did he summon the Northern King. The difficulty of refining a Tier 4 medicinal pill in Jinyao City this time around was not small. Adding the existence of those formation masters, it was inevitable that it would cause a commotion in the city when the pill was formed. Xiao Yan would definitely not have the time to care about it. Hence, he could only rely on the Northern King. With the Northern King's current strength, it was likely that as long as it was not a high-class Daoist, it would not cause any trouble. After making all the preparations, Xiao Yan waved his large hand. The storage ring on his finger immediately flashed and a crimson medicinal cauldron suddenly descended. Although Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that the pill he was refining this time around was a Tier 4 medicinal pill and that using the Luo Tian cauldron would increase the chances of success, he could only use the 10,000 beast cauldron in order to avoid more trouble. Chapter 874. In his room, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on his bed. In front of him, a crimson medicinal cauldron stood tall. It was the 1,000 beast cauldron. At this moment, within the 1,000 beast cauldron, white flames were burning fiercely. The terrifying temperature within the medicinal cauldron rapidly rose. The white flames twisted and transformed, waves of fire colliding against the walls of the medicinal cauldron. The crisp sound of a bell reverberated within the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan's hand was spread out in front of his chest. In his palm, a purple medicinal pill was spinning and floating. This purple medicinal pill was the Rising Spirit Pill. With the help of the Rising Spirit Pill, Xiao Yan could forcibly raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 4 alchemist for a period of time. In this way, even though Xiao Yan was only a rank 3 alchemist, he naturally had the ability to refine rank 4 medicinal pills. But now, although the problem of spiritual strength had been resolved, Xiao Yan only had a short 2.5 months left. Refining a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months was simply impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. Even a portion of rank 4 alchemists might not have the ability to do so. But the current situation was like this. Time waited for no man. Xiao Yan had to refine a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months. Thinking back, in order to refine the icy spirit pill, Xiao Yan had spent half a year's time. Although Xiao Yan's cautiousness was a factor, this already showed that a rank 3 medicinal pill was not so easy to refine. Even now, refining a rank 3 medicinal pill would take Xiao Yan at least 2 months. Therefore, refining a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months was practically impossible. But the current Xiao Yan could no longer afford to hesitate. Refining the Spirit Awakening pill was imperative. Even if he had to give it his all, Xiao Yan had to successfully refine the Spirit Awakening pill within 2.5 months. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly flashed with a hint of determination. If during this period of time, Xiao Yan forcefully stimulated his own strength and borrowed the heavenly flame and the soul strength of a middle rank 4 alchemist, then Xiao Yan believed that it was not impossible to successfully refine the Spirit Awakening pill within 2.5 months. As long as one possessed a powerful spiritual strength and Dou Qi, it would not be difficult to refine a medicinal pill within a short period of time. The difficult part was the difficulty of refining a rank 4 medicinal pill. Only when no mistakes were made during the process of refining the medicinal pill would there be a chance of successfully refining the Spirit Awakening pill. In other words, the key to all of this was not time. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's control over the rank 4 medicinal pill. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan finally steeled his heart and swallowed the spirit-raising pill. As the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a surge of spiritual energy. It swiftly surged up and merged into the soul bead in Xiao Yan's mind. Buzz! In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy uncontrollably swept outwards with Xiao Yan as the epicenter, intending to destroy the entire building. Come back! At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly let out an explosive cry in his heart. In an instant, the spiritual energy that was originally wildly sweeping outwards seemed to have received an order that could not be disobeyed as it swiftly withdrew. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Xiao Yan's body. Huff! Feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long breath. This kind of powerful feeling really caused one's mood to be carefree. Unfortunately, this kind of strength was only temporary. I don't know when I'll be able to truly possess this kind of power. Gently pulling his hands together, Xiaoyan could even feel that the surging spiritual energy seemed to be about to spew out from his palms, causing him to involuntarily have the impulse to howl towards the sky. Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. His eyes turned around and immediately landed on the 10,000 beast cauldron in front of him. Immediately, he waved his large sleeves. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered, after which, numerous rays of light flew out from the storage ring and lingered in front of Xiaoyan. Bang! Xiaoyan slammed his palm on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Soon after, one could hear a muffled sound. The cover of the medicinal cauldron bounced up. The hundreds of medicinal ingredients all flew into the medicinal cauldron under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. The moment the medicinal cauldron cover was closed, a bright light immediately flashed between Xiaoyan's brows. An ancient symbol also appeared. It was the clan tattoo of the Xiao clan. The moment the clan tattoo appeared, the bloodline strength within Xiaoyan's body was immediately activated. The aura of Xiaoyan's body also swiftly soared at this moment. The aura that originally belonged to an advanced 5-star Do-D had already risen to that of an intermediate 6-star Do-D in the blink of an eye. It even showed signs of approaching that of an advanced 6-star Do-D. Following the release of the clan tattoo, a majestic Do-Chi wildly poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him under the control of Xiaoyan's mind. The originally powerful aura of the bone-chilling flame that was burning within it became even more frightening at this moment. The high temperature caused one to feel a wave of heat even though they were separated by the medicinal cauldron. Under this flame, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron swiftly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Numerous medicinal ingredients swiftly withered. The parts that could not be used were incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The energy within the remaining parts was also gradually refined by the heavenly flame. Refining hundreds of medicinal ingredients at the same time was an extremely great test on one's spiritual strength. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was currently comparable to a rank 4 middle-grade alchemist. Hence, he was completely confident that he could completely refine these medicinal ingredients within a short period of time. The process of refining the medicinal ingredients continued for half a month. During this period of time, Xiaoyan had made a couple of mistakes, causing a portion of the medicinal ingredients to be turned into nothingness within the heavenly flame. It was likely that he could only start over after refining the medicinal ingredients. While Xiaoyan was in a state of pill refinement, the Jinyao city in the outside world was also filled with experts. Various factions continued to swarm into the Jinyao city. After half a month, the number of elite Do-D in the Jinyao city had reached over 20. Even at this moment, there were still countless factions that were continuously rushing over. Time flew by. 2 months swiftly passed. There was less than a week to the start of the auction. The number of experts from various factions in the city had reached an uncountable number. Among these experts, there was actually someone whom Xiaoyan had met not long ago at the Sand River shop. The deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. At this moment, a faint fragrance permeated the air within the room that Xiaoyan was in. The condensation of the medicinal pill had also reached the final stage of forming the pill. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 875. The sun rose from the east. It was another day. Seeing that there was still a week to the opening of the auction, the medicinal pill in Xiaoyan's dormitory had yet to be refined. At this moment, the enormous spiritual strength that Xiaoyan had obtained from swallowing the rising spirit pill was about to be exhausted. Adding this to the crazy exhaustion of his Do-Chi over the past 2 months, the current Xiaoyan could be said to be completely exhausted. Even though this was the case, the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron was still spinning under the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan did not seem to intend to stop here. He still had one last thing to do. Spirit Ascension. This was a special technique that Yao Lao had taught Xiaoyan. Back then, during the alchemist grand meeting organized by the Pill Tower on the Do-Chi continent, Xiaoyan had used this technique to raise the quality of the medicinal pill. Now, in order to maximize the medicinal effect of the awakening spirit pill, Xiaoyan had decided to use the Spirit Ascension technique once again. In order to achieve the conditions for the spirit ascension, Xiao Yan's current goal was not to complete the refinement of the medicinal pill. Instead, it was to continue refining after the medicinal pill had completed the pill incubation step. In just a moment, Xiao Yan would be able to officially begin the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill. At that time, the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill, which was originally a rank 4 low-grade medicinal pill, would once again be able to be raised. Once the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill was comparable to a rank 4 middle-grade medicinal pill, its value would instantly soar greatly regardless of whether it was a completed pill or a complete pill. This would once again increase the bargaining chip for Xiao Yan in the auction house to obtain the Fusang flower. Hum hum hum. The originally clear sky in Jinyao City suddenly changed. Dark black thunderclouds swiftly agglomerated together and covered Jinyao City in darkness. What happened? What happened? What is that? Could it be that someone is undergoing an emperor's tribulation? No, that's not right. This does not look like an emperor's tribulation. Instead, it looks more like pill lightning. This is Jinyao City, the territory of array masters. Alchemists are their biggest taboo. How could anyone be stupid enough to refine pills here? That's impossible. When the thunderclouds gathered, the people in the city below also became chaotic. Waves of chaotic discussions swiftly spread within the city. Many figures walked in the sky, and their eyes involuntarily looked towards the area directly below the thunderclouds. Behind the auction ground, there was an ancient-looking pavilion. That was where Xiao Yan was located. At the same time, in the Array Formation Master Association in the city, several Array Formation Masters walked out from the hall behind them with furrowed brows and looked in the direction of the auction. Other people might need to make a slight distinction. However, given their familiarity with alchemists, they only needed a glance to easily recognize that the thundercloud was indeed a pill lightning. Who dares to openly refine pills in my Jinyao City? Are you trying to provoke us? Among the few people, a white-haired old man stared in the direction of the pill lightning with a dark expression as he spoke in a low voice. Let's go and take a look. No matter who he is, since he dares to openly provoke our Array Formation Master Association, we must teach him a lesson. A golden-robed old man, who was the leader of the group, coldly snorted. After which, he waved his sleeves and took the lead to walk into the sky. A dozen upper echelons of the Array Formation Master Association followed closely behind him. All of them wore gloomy expressions. Within a short period of time, dozens of experts from different factions had gathered in the sky above Jinyao City above the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in. When they arrived, everyone immediately locked onto the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in. Even though there was no pill fragrance seeping out from it, everyone could clearly sense the powerful fire aura contained within it. Based on this point alone, it was not difficult to recognize that the alchemist who was refining pills was definitely in this pavilion. Rumble! It was also at this moment that the black thundercloud in the sky above Jinyao City suddenly began to churn. Thunder rumbled, shaking everyone's heartstrings. What a terrifying pill lightning. This kind of lightning is probably not something that can be caused by an ordinary pill. From the looks of this pill lightning, the pill that this person is refining is at least a high-grade Class 3 pill. Moreover, it's very likely to be a Class 4 pill. A Class 4 pill. That's a pill that even ordinary origin transformation experts would be interested in. Hee, there's going to be a good show to watch now. Discussions filled with surprise constantly rang out from the crowd. Of course, other than that, there was even more ridicule and greed. At the same time, within the room, Xiao Yan had taken out the completed medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him. A fierce, thick white flame wrapped around it to ensure that the medicinal pill within it would not be affected in any way, allowing it to remain in the state of being nurtured even though the process of nurturing the pill should have ended long ago. After doing all that, Xiao Yan's handsome face had become completely pale. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat constantly rolled down his forehead. The moment they dripped down, they were completely consumed by the heavenly flames, turning into nothingness. Even though his mental state was on the verge of collapse, Xiao Yan still clenched his teeth and endured. He was only waiting for the moment the pill was complete. Even if he lost all of his battle prowess, he would still be able to refine the spirit awakening pill. A pair of dark black eyes penetrated the dense white flame in front of him. His gaze stared intently at the round medicinal pill in the middle of the flame. The strength all over his body swiftly gathered at the tip of his right index finger. After which, he lifted his index finger and gathered his spiritual strength between his index finger and the medicinal pill. It appeared to have constructed a special bridge. After which, Xiao Yan pointed his index finger at the medicinal pill in the middle of the flame and pressed it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the outside world, the people from the Formation Master Association had arrived late, but their powerful deterrence allowed them to pass through the packed crowd without any obstructions. Wherever they went, the people around them would hastily make way for them, as if they were afraid of coming into contact with them. It was as if they had seen a god of plague. Cheng Zhihui, I didn't think that even he would come. Other than those three, this fellow is the person with the greatest authority in Jinyao City. It seems that this mysterious alchemist will not only fail to refine the pill, but will also pay a hefty price for it. Among the crowd, a wave of pitying sighs could be heard. Indeed, this mysterious alchemist had to choose Jinyao City of all places to refine pills. This was the territory of the Formation Masters. Refining pills here was a direct provocation. However, just as this group of people from the Formation Master Association arrived, the leader Cheng Zhihui's gloomy gaze landed on the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in. Suddenly, a resplendent and magnificent pillar of light shot out from the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in and rushed towards the thunderclouds in the sky. Chapter 876. The resplendent light pillar suddenly soared into the sky. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city, it directly penetrated the enormous formation that covered the sky above Jinyao City and entered the thunder clouds. What is this? Immediately, everyone present was stunned. Their eyes suddenly looked at what was happening in the pavilion. This scene was really unbelievable. It was merely the refinement of a medicinal pill. Yet it actually caused such a huge commotion. This was a little too exaggerated. While everyone in the air was secretly shocked, Xiao Yan was currently focusing all his attention on the medicinal pill in front of him. The little remaining spiritual strength between his brows crazily surged out and gathered around the awakening pill. Under Xiao Yan's control, the heavenly flame surged into the medicinal pill in front of him. Using a special method, the original quality of the medicinal pill was once again raised. The medicinal strength that had yet to be perfectly merged within the medicinal pill was once again merged. Xiao Yan maintained this state for nearly 10 minutes. At the same time, the strange and beautiful light pillar that appeared in front of everyone's eyes also lasted for 10 minutes. Finally, the moment Xiao Yan withdrew his finger, the light pillar that reached the sky also instantly scattered. With the help of the pill-melting ring, Xiao Yan easily retrieved the medicinal pill. After which, he once again hurriedly sat down. With a flip of his hand, he swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills without any hesitation. With the help of the heavenly flame, he wildly refined them. At this moment, Xiao Yan was well aware of the situation in the outside world. All of this was within his expectations. Hence, recovering his original condition had become Xiao Yan's top priority. As for the pill lightning and those fellows outside, he would temporarily leave them to the Northern King to deal with. He would make a decision after he had recovered some of his strength. In the outside world, Cheng Zhihui's expression was gloomy as he stared at the pavilion in front of him. He was just about to move when his ears emitted a rumbling sound of thunder. Rumble, Association Head Cheng, should we attack now? Behind him, a person asked doubtfully. No, let's not attack now. Since the pill lightning has already formed, it means that this fellow has already finished refining the rank for medicinal pill. In that case, why don't we wait a little longer and wait for him to endure the pill lightning? At that time, this fellow will definitely be exhausted. When we attack, not only will we be able to finish him off, we will also be able to take back the medicinal pill. Although they did not have a good impression of an alchemist, the value of the medicinal pill caused them to be even more moved. This time around, Cheng Zhihui's goal was not just to challenge the dignity of the array master in Jinyao City, but also to obtain the rank 4 medicinal pill. Upon hearing Cheng Zhihui's words, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the person behind him. Immediately after, his gaze landed on the pavilion in the middle of the square. He was curious as to what kind of person would dare to refine pills in Jinyao City. Rumble! The rumbling sound of thunder resounded across the sky. Everyone in the sky stood at their original spots as though they had already agreed. Their eyes stared at the pavilion where Xiao Yan was located, as though they were waiting for the pill lightning to descend. Han Dong, who was wearing a black robe, was standing at a certain spot within the crowd. At this moment, the latter's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he stared at the pavilion. There seemed to be a faintly familiar aura at that spot. However, he was unable to truly identify it. There seemed to be a layer of gauze surrounding that aura that covered most of that person's aura. Even though he was a rank 5 alchemist, he was still unable to easily break through the obstruction of that barrier. Perhaps it was because of the owner of that aura, or perhaps it was because the other party was an alchemist, but at this moment, Han Dong's heart actually had an unknown worry for this person. With regards to this point, even Han Dong himself was unable to explain why. On the other side, a young man wearing a white embroidered robe and a tall old man behind him were also staring intently at the pavilion where Xiao Yan was located. These two people were naturally Qin Yun and Yan He, whom Xiao Yan had met once outside of Jinyao City. Given the former's character, he had naturally guessed the identity of this mysterious alchemist long ago. However, the thing that caused him to be surprised was that Xiao Yan was only a rank 3 alchemist, yet he was actually able to refine a rank 4 medicinal pill. This was somewhat unimaginable. However, just as everyone present had different thoughts in their hearts, the thunder clouds in the sky no longer waited. After a deafening rumbling sound of thunder, an enormous thunderbolt carried a terrifying aura that could destroy the world as it ruthlessly smashed towards the pavilion where Xiao Yan was located. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in the sky tightened. There was anticipation, cold laughter, greed, pity, and at the same time, worry. Seeing that the enormous thunderbolt was about to descend, Han Dong and Qin Yun in the crowd quietly circulated the Do Qi within their bodies. They would immediately intervene should the situation not be within their expectations. However, just as the thunderbolt was about to descend and Han Dong and Qin Yun were prepared to intervene, the thunderbolt emitted a bang and heavily collided with the enormous formation in the sky above Jinyao City. The frightening strength suddenly poured down and the expressions of everyone present instantly became dull. Only then did they recover. They had been anticipating that something would happen to Xiao Yan, but they seemed to have forgotten that there was an enormous formation in the sky above Jinyao City that was constantly protecting it. At this moment, when the pill lightning descended, the formation naturally performed its duty and forcefully blocked the first attack of the pill lightning. Ugh! At this moment, regardless of whether it was the dozens of factions in the city or the members of the Array Master Association, the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. This was especially the case for the members of the Array Master Association. Their faces were green. It was unexpected that the large formation that was originally used to protect Jinyao City would actually help this mysterious alchemist block the pill lightning. This caused the members of the Array Master Association, who had always viewed alchemists as enemies, to feel extremely embarrassed. However, following the scattering of the first pill lightning, the formation in the sky also gradually disappeared. It was not difficult to tell that someone had purposely scattered the formation to allow the pill lightning to descend. Qin Yun, who was in the crowd, narrowed his eyes when he saw the large formation disappear. A mocking smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he turned his eyes and once again looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. Although the formation had helped Xiao Yan break the first pill lightning, what followed next was only the beginning. Qin Yun coldly laughed in his heart. The instant his eyes fell, he suddenly saw the invisible space above the building where Xiao Yan was located slowly distort. A burly purple-gold figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From the looks of this figure, who else could it be other than the Northern King?